Chapter 1909, Yin Xianlu appears. Ling Han showed a smile. By now he had reached the 4th severance peak stage, and was only an opportunity away from advancing into the 5th severance. He had definitely cultivated the 4th severance to a completely perfect, flawless extent. And added with the fact that he had too many trump cards, merely the 2 source powers of heaven and earth were enough to make any celestial king blush with shame. It would be really strange if he didn't win in a battle of equals. However, the Empress had not refined the Heavenly Dao Jade. If she could accomplish the leap over the Dragon's Gate, she would be able to push open a completely new set of doors, increasing her battle prowess to the true supreme pinnacle. Such as Yin Xianlu. The 5th severance. Was there any 5th severance elite here? Ling Han's eyes swept over the masses, but though each and every prodigy's pride skyrocketed, with them possessing astonishing self-confidence, all of their auras were incredibly reserved. It was completely impossible to estimate their cultivation. I am Dong Menhong. I feel an itch in my fist just from watching. Who would be willing to fight me? A man with a tall build leaped out. He was incredibly bold, his hand already holding a purple machete that was as long as 3 meters as he issued a challenge to the masses. I will. A young man in yellow leaped out. He did not say much nonsense and immediately charged into an intense battle with Dong Menhong. For prodigies like them, they were all maniacs of cultivation. Seeing that there were already 2 pairs that were engaged in fierce battle, and their skill was extremely high, not in the slightest bit inferior to their own, the others couldn't help but feel their fighting spirit ignite. More and more people entered the fray, launching an intense battle which later turned into a battle royale. In the end, one's opponents could be distinguished any longer. They simply attacked anyone they saw. It was really complete chaos. Only a minority were not dragged into this chaotic battle, and stood farther away, watching with their arms crossed over their chests. Brother Lao, when Yin Xianlu comes later, he'd probably be infuriated to see this scene, right? A spectator commented in amusement. However, when his eyes passed over the great battle chaos, his eyes were filled with contempt. There was a youth in purple standing next to him. He was incredibly dashing and handsome, and his complexion was exaggeratedly fair. He was as smooth-skinned as a woman. Not just that, his features were also delicate and pretty, and his brows thin and long, appearing to be very feminine. If it were not for the fact that he had an Adam's apple, others would really think that he was actually a woman pretending to be a man, and a very unsuccessful disguise at that. The purple-robed youth smiled, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth as fine as shells. If you make a move, you will be able to suppress all of them in a single move. When he spoke, one could tell his voice was high-pitched and thin as if he was a eunuch. Normally, even if he was really a eunuch, when one had cultivated to celestial tier, any missing limbs could be regrown, so there would not be anything like handicap or cripple. Haha, that is Yin Xianlu's business. What business is it of mine? The first person said. He was dressed all in white, completely spotless, appearing to be very unconstrained. The youth in purple smiled again. Then what are you saying now? I heard that you have a lot of interest in Yin Xianlu, so aren't I just creating a chance for you so you could approach Yin Xianlu? The young man in white said smilingly. Xiao. The youth in purple suddenly made a move. His right hand was as flexible as if it was boneless as it turned into a snake. Furthermore, it was a golden snake. The snake's mouth opened widely, revealing 2 fangs as it bit at that young man in white. A frightening aura rippled out. Boom! Under the shock wave, the battle royale came to an abrupt halt. Everyone looked over. It was too devastating. It was as if they had seen a source beast of heaven and earth that was suddenly showing its might towards them. Ha, Lao Song, I knew that women have poisonous hearts. The young man in white pressed down. Boom! A white screen of light appeared in front of him. Multiple patterns of great Tao bloomed on it, capable of suppressing the heavens and setting the universe. Boom! The golden snake bit down, but could do nothing against this white screen of light. Shan Jitong, are you courting death? Lao Song asked menacingly, his voice shockingly sharp and high-pitched. That would depend on whether you have that ability. The young man in white, Shan Jitong, laughed loudly, not the slightest bit afraid. The 2 great elites clashed. A boundless aura rippled out, turning into a gigantic serpent behind Lao Song. It was completely golden and there were patterns of great Tao on it, but not a single one could be distinguished clearly. It was like chaos. The great serpent coiled its body. It was at least 30,000 meters tall, its aura devastating as if it was capable of shattering the heavens with a slight movement. An image also appeared behind Shan Jitong. That was a white sword and looked as if it was forged from a sword. It seemed capable of shattering at the slightest touch, but was completely able to resist the might of that giant serpent. Fifth severance. Ling Han and the Empress exchanged a look and spat out these two words at the same time. The fourth severance definitely could not possibly be this strong. Only the fifth severance could reach this kind of height. Merely a ripple of aura was enough to make severing mundane tears feel as if they had fallen into an abyss as their hearts and spirits trembled. True enough, the gathering of prodigies had other fifth severance elites aside from Xianlu. That is, Source Snake of Heaven and Earth. Bewitching Maiden Rose said in a shaky voice, her pretty face bearing an expression of fear, feeling an indescribable terror. Source Snake? Ling Han had heard of source powers of heaven and earth, like the nine heavens flame and Shenin source water, and also knew of the chaos source rock. It was said to be the first rock that had formed when heaven and earth were split apart. However, what the heck was a source snake? When the heaven and earth first split apart, there was initially nothing, but as heaven and earth improved, the first batch of living creatures appeared, and they are collectively called Ancestral Source. Small Tower suddenly spoke up. The first dragon in the world is called the Ancestor Dragon, Source Dragon, and the first phoenix in the world is called the Ancestor Phoenix, Source Phoenix. Then, the first snake that was born in the world would be called Source Snake. The ancestor of all snakes, Source Snake. What level is it? Ling Han asked. Ancestral source creatures are definitely at Celestial King tier. However, for different source types, the height that they could reach in the Celestial King tier would also be different, Small Tower said. The strongest is naturally the likes of Ancestor Dragon and Ancestor Phoenix. Ancestor Snake is also considerably strong. Could be 7th heaven or 8th heaven. Without unique luck, there should be no hope that it could reach 9th heaven. Ling Han nodded. This Lao Song had to be an heir of the bloodline of Source Snake. However, it was unknown whether he was a snake that had taken human form, or he personally was human but had cultivated the techniques of the Source Snake. Thinking about it, the chance of the latter being true was not very high. He should be a descendant of the Source Snake to be able to reach this kind of height. Ling Han's blood for battle bubbled. There was not just a single fifth severance here. Perhaps just watching these people battle would be enough to help him complete his breakthrough. He and the Empress both watched closely. This was the first time that had really seen fifth severance elites. Merely feeling that kind of aura was enough to help them gain a sliver of a chance of breaking through. Hee brother Lao, brother Shan. What's going on here? Even if my reception is not satisfactory, there is no need for the two of you to get into a fight, right? Amidst laughter, a young man in embroidered robes was approaching, stepping on air. He was moving at a very fast speed. There were 3 young people behind him, and they were 2 men and a woman respectively. All had the bearing of giants among men. Xianlu. Both Lao Song and Shan Jitong withdrew from the clash, and turned to look at this young man in embroidered robes, revealing a strong wariness in their expressions. A fourth severance could never imagine how strong Xianlu was. Only freaks that were similarly a fifth severance like them knew just how strong this young man was. He was so strong that it would practically drive others to despair. A divine fetus that had been born on the celestial path. By birth, he had an affinity to Tao, and could learn any celestial technique at first attempt, and gain mastery upon learning. In fact, he could even surpass the person who had invented this technique in the first place. This really was possibly a unique child that had been born from heaven and earth, and was destined to be unmatched. Ling Han too couldn't help but feel his interest spike. He looked towards Xianlu. He had heard countless times of this person. In fact, his ears were probably going to get scabs from the many times he had heard about him, but he had never had the chance to see him before. Chapter 1910, Absolute Monarch Tier. Xianlu was handsome but not as word-shakingly pretty as Lao Song, and was just ordinarily good-looking. However, when Xianlu appeared, whether it was Lao Song or Shan Jitong, their graceful bearing was suppressed as if they had become the background to set off his brilliance, dim and dull in his presence. They were all at the fifth severance, but there was actually such a huge gap. The king of the celestial path was definitely not just an empty boast. Xianlu's expression was calm, but the 3 followers behind him could feel a sliver of anger from their master. He had invited others to gather here, but the host had yet to arrive, and the guests had actually come to blows already. Could it be that they thought that just because he had not personally seen it with his own eyes, he was unaware that a battle royale had previously occurred here? If this spread out, it really would become a joke. Someone actually dared to create trouble at the feast that he, Xianlu, hosted? We were just playing around to pass some idle time, Shan Jitong said smilingly. His figure was as upright as a sword. It was naturally impossible that his bearing would weaken in front of Yan Xianlu. Fifth severance meant monarch tier, so how could a monarch tier possibly fear anyone? Meanwhile, Lao Song directed a gentle and reserved gaze at Yan Xianlu. His eyes flickered green, and there was an indescribable emotion in them. Previously, Shan Jitong had mocked that he was interested in Yan Xianlu. It looked like this was not just empty words. There really existed this kind of possibility. Yan Xianlu only smiled faintly but did not pursue the matter. He raised his head to look at the skies. That massive sun had gradually dimmed, and a bright moon was beginning to exude its luster, while the sky was covered with stars that shone brilliantly. There is still some time left until the 3 stars align, he said calmly. Since everyone is getting impatient from waiting, let's all just sit down then. He took the lead to sit down, and it was as if his movement had a powerful influence. A considerable number did not even realize it themselves as they sat down with him. Only then did their expressions shift drastically. Every move of this person could actually influence others, and affect even such top-notch emperor tiers like themselves. Only a limited number were exceptions, such as Shan Jitong, Lao Song, Ling Han, and the Empress. The Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden was standing with support from Ling Han, while Bewitching Maiden Ro was assisted by the Empress. This was a woman of the Ling clan, so how could she be affected by outsiders? In addition, there were 5 others that were standing. They were not monarch tiers, but rather possessed the potential to break through to become monarch tiers. Yan Xianlu's eyes wandered over the group. When his eyes passed over Ling Han and his group, he paused slightly, but his eyes immediately wandered away. Even the Empress and Bewitching Maiden Ro could not garner a second glance from him. This person's willpower was frighteningly staunch. Ling Han smiled at the Empress. They drew out a stone chair from within their spatial god tool and then sat down. They would sit, but it was definitely not because of a command from Yan Xianlu. Yan Xianlu revealed a smile filled with hidden meaning. His eyes swept over the masses, taking note of those few that were capable of standing upright. These were the true people he wanted to recruit. The rest were ordinary, and he couldn't even bother himself to recruit them as his subordinates. All of you have traveled far, thank you, he spoke up. I have invited everyone here firstly so we can discuss cultivation together. Hee. Shan Jitong immediately showed an expression of disdain. To discuss cultivation with these people? Yan Xianlu, has your head been kicked by a donkey? Are these people even worthy? He was a monarch tier. What king tier or emperor tier was worthy of being his equal? What did you say? A considerable number stood up, their faces filled with indignant fury. Isn't that the case? You all are just a bunch of trash. Shan Jitong scoffed. Even if all of you joined forces, I would be able to suppress you with only a single finger. What right do you all have to discuss cultivation with me? Isn't that just a joke? You can give it a try. A youth in green leaped out, 3 silver horizontal lines on his forehead. Shan Jitong glanced at him and disdainfully said, Silver Clam race? I remember that a so-called prodigy emerged from your race, called Ha Ming or something, and I suppressed him within 3 moves. He could not even hold up to a single blow. The expression of the youth in green changed swiftly. Pointing at Shan Jitong, he exclaimed, You are the 7 Swords Demon King. And now, do you still wish to exchange blows with me? Shan Jitong asked calmly. The face of the green-robed youth flushed red and then turned green. Yet he simply turned around and left. He had directly fled. The Ha Ming that Shan Jitong had spoken of was a senior that was a good few generations older than the green-robed youth. When he had been in the severing mundane tier, he, too, had been invincible once, and was acknowledged by the race as the person that had the highest chances of becoming a celestial king. However, Ha Ming had gone out on a training trip once, and was horribly defeated by a severing mundane tier. From then onwards, his Dao heart was completely lost, and he had become completely ordinary. The person that had defeated him was called the 7 Swords Demon King. That was because all his opponents would definitely lose within 7 strikes from his sword. The youth in green did not know that this 7 Swords Demon King was Shan Jitong, or he would definitely not dare to provoke the latter. When Ha Ming had been defeated, Shan Jitong had still been a 4th severance. The 2 of them had been equal in cultivation level, and there had been no suppression in terms of cultivation level. And the youth in green knew himself well. Whether it was in terms of natural talent in cultivation or strength, he was greatly inferior to Ha Ming. He had no wish to have the same ending as Ha Ming. Everyone was shocked. The youth in green was a prodigy that had recently risen from the silver clam race, and had a cultivation level of 4th severance peak stage. His battle prowess was astonishing, but he had actually been scared off into flight with a few words from Shanjitong. This was really hard to imagine. Hiss, the Seven Swords Demon King. After a moment of shock, realization finally dawned on them. As it turned out, Shanjitong was that mysterious Seven Swords Demon King. In the past, there had once been a young elite swordsman issuing challenges everywhere, and who knew how many severing mundane tier prodigies had been defeated within 7 strikes from his sword. For some, even their Dao heart had crumbled. But 30,000 years ago, the Seven Swords Demon King suddenly disappeared without a trace. Now that they thought about it, Shanjitong should have been at the 4th severance peak stage at the time, and had issued challenges everywhere for the sake of breaking through to the 5th severance. Clearly, Shanjitong had succeeded, and that was why he had disappeared 30,000 years ago. That was because there was no need for him to travel around and issue challenges anymore. Xianlu, exactly what have you invited us here for? Shanjitong asked impatiently. Though Celestials had a limitless lifespan, he was not willing to waste his time on meaningless affairs. Xianlu smiled calmly, but said something that was completely off-topic. This 3-yang peak is the place where my master achieved Dao. When he succeeded, 3 stars aligned, and the unusual scene was astonishing. This time, it is the anniversary of an epoch since my master achieved Dao. My master has predicted that a bizarre event would once again descend from the heavens, and the one who could ascend to the peak would gain great fortune from the heaven and earth. He looked at Shanjitong and Lao Song. As expected, both of them looked tempted. He continued, the reason that I have not broken through to the dividing soul tier was precisely because I have been waiting for this day. Since there is something as good as that, why did you summon us? Lao Song asked. Today is the day the 3 stars align. The Celestial King tier level might here will decline to its weakest, but even so, it is not everyone that would be worthy of climbing the mountain, Xianlu said calmly. I have never minded contesting with others. Furthermore, I have another important matter. What is it? Shanjitong asked. In the area, only he and Lao Song were worthy of speaking to Xianlu like equals. There is no rush yet, Xianlu said calmly. Without reaching the mountain's summit, even if you knew, there would be no meaning to it. Chapter 1911, Climbing the Mountain. Without reaching the summit, they didn't even have the right to know. Ling Han was also interested. What exactly did this Xianlu want to do? To set foot in the place where the eternal prosperity Celestial King had achieved Dao was a once-in-an-epoch opportunity, yet he took it out to be shared with others without hesitation. Just how generous was he? Furthermore, even the right to participate could only be obtained once they reached the summit. Just what major event was that? Could it be that it had something to do with the storm of darkness? Ling Han was expressionless, yet said to the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden, Fenger, you go into the Spatial God tool first. And? The Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden nodded gently. To say nothing of the fact that she was not King tier level, she hadn't even advanced into the Severing Mundane tier, so she naturally did not have the right to climb the mountain. She didn't even have the right to make an attempt. Ling Han drew the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden into the Black Tower. As for Bewitching Maiden Ro, he naturally couldn't be bothered to care. Sigh, some people really? Bewitching Maiden Ro sighed deliberately. Ling Han only acted as if he had not heard. It was fine as long as he ignored this bewitching woman. Otherwise, she would only become more and more stirred up. The time for the 3 stars to align is here. Xianlu suddenly declared, pointing a finger at the skies. 3 bright stars appeared and were orbiting on a specific course. We can now climb the mountain. The Tao of heaven and earth is already channeled. Whoever can reach the summit first, and sits on the great rock which my master had sat on to comprehend Tao in the past will be able to gain the greatest fortune. Therefore, everyone start moving. An aura that could not be named rippled out, and some mysterious change seemed to have taken place on the mountain peak, yet one could not really say what this change was. Xianlu was the first to set out. He took a step, already beginning to ascend the mountain. Lao Song and Shanjitong also moved at almost the same time. They were only a single step behind. The 3 of them advanced together, heading towards the summit. Xianlu's 3 followers meanwhile remained where they stood and did not follow. They looked towards Ling Han, all showing an icy expression. Zhao Qingfeng had been killed by Ling Han. They naturally saw Ling Han as an enemy. If it were not for the fact that Xianlu forbade them, they would definitely have made a move by now. Ling Han naturally would not take them to heart. They were only equal in strength to Zhao Qingfeng. Even if he stepped on them, he would not feel anything. If they were defiant, he merely had to stomp them flat. Ling Han took the Empress's hand. The latter was restless. No matter what, she wanted to find out just how wide the gap was between herself and top-notch prodigies. Unafraid, others also showed fighting spirit. Who did not want to become the most supreme of king tiers, and look down on the rest of the world. This was a great opportunity. The place where a celestial king achieved Tao, the cycle of a whole epoch, this kind of fortune would be astonishingly great. Ling Han looked at the Empress and said, "Perhaps this is the chance for us to reach the fifth severance." And? The Empress nodded. Previously, though they had not exchanged blows with fifth severance elites, they had felt the auras of this level. They could claim to have gained a solid understanding. If they gained a great fortune and refined the Heavenly Dao Jade, then perhaps they would be able to advance to the fifth severance already today. When the three stars aligned as expected, the strange aura on this mountain peak dispersed considerably. No longer was it difficult just to set foot on the mountain. However, this was still extremely difficult. Though Xianlu and his group looked very carefree, that was because they were fifth severance elites. While they were in the severing mundane tier, their strength was completely on the level of the dividing soul tier. To say nothing of others, merely when Ling Han stepped forward, he could feel a frightening pressure assault him, making him as if his spine was about to bend. The Empress was still fine, only showing an expression of slight strain, but bewitching Maiden Ro exclaimed in shock, and almost collapsed on the ground. "Beauty, let me help you up." Two big hands stretched out. The man said he was going to help her up, but judging by the angle at which he was extending his hands, he clearly planned to pass right under bewitching Maiden Ro's arms, and directly grab her breasts, which was extremely perverted. And it just so happened that bewitching Maiden Ro had collapsed from feeling this aura, and had no way to dodge at all. She could only show an expression of humiliation and fury. That man was a slender, tall youth in purple. A sliver of an evil grin curled up the corners of his lips. He naturally was doing it on purpose, and his motive was to take advantage of her. Of course, he too had absolute confidence. With his identity, strength, and status, he only had to crook a finger, and this delicate beauty would definitely throw herself into his arms. His hands tightened, and he was just about to feel secret pleasure in his heart when a strange feeling suddenly rose up with him. This feel is not right. Firstly, it's too hard, and secondly, the shape's not right either. His eyes widened, and he saw that what his hands were holding were not the plump breasts of a beauty, but rather 2 feet. There was even dirt staining the soles of the shoes, and they were quite dirty. "I'm not an easy person. Why are you holding my feet?" Ling Han asked smilingly. The young man in purple hurriedly released his grip and stepped back, looking like he could not retreat fast enough, and bearing an expression of loathing. He glared angrily at Ling Han. Previously, it had precisely been this guy that had interfered, grabbing bewitching Maiden Ro and tossing her to the sidelines, and placed himself in her position. Of course, it had been feet. Even the mere thought of this made him feel disgusted. Though Ling Han had no intention of taking that bewitching woman for himself, they had been travel companions, so he could not bring himself to just sit back and watch as the latter was being taken advantage of. Thus he had resolutely made a move just now. He smiled calmly and said, "You have groped my feet, so how do you plan on compensating me for it?" The purple-robed young man's lips crooked up slightly, showing a menacing expression. What a guy, he actually dared to play around with him. "Oh, I know now. You are the newly promoted Holy Son of Alchemy City, right?" This young man said, having recognized Ling Han. Previously, Alchemy City had invited all the forces in the world to watch the ceremony, and the White Sun sect that this young man belonged to also received an invitation. However, White Sun sect was a 6th heaven celestial king tier level sect, so how could they possibly condescend to attend? This invitation from Alchemy City definitely had to be sent out. This was a respect that was demanded, but whether White Sun sect attended or not, that was up to them to decide. They were too high and noble, so if they were in the mood they could give some face, but if they were not happy they could choose not to come. However, Ling Han's appearance and image had spread to practically all the forces in the entire Eastern Celestial Realm. This was an advertisement. "This is the Holy Son of our Alchemy City. If you encounter him in future, remember to give some face." Ling Han thought for a moment before coming to a realization. He said, "There is no use trying to worm your way into being my friend. Pay up for my compensation." The purple-robed young man couldn't help but feel his mouth twitch. He had touched Ling Han's stinky feet in a moment of carelessness, and now was feeling exceedingly disgusted. As the guilty party, you were actually making your complaints first? He menacingly said, the holy son of Alchemy City may be considered something in the eyes of others, but in my Shangda's eyes, you are but a stinky worm. If you continue to do attention-seeking actions with your ugliness, take care that I will be cruel and merciless. He really had not exaggerated. Alchemy City could only just barely be considered a 5-star force, and only those like the Thundercloud Palace and Zai clan were willing to give them face. Once it had risen to a 2nd heaven or 3rd heaven celestial king tier level force, what was a mere Alchemy City worth? So what if alchemists had outstanding status? They could all be captured and forced to concoct alchemical pills. Just see how many alchemists would actually have the backbone to refuse. You are really too unconscientious. It's not enough that you grope another's feet as a man, you even spout threats of wanting to kill others to keep the secret from leaking to hide your own ugly actions. You truly are exceptionally shameless, Ling Han said carelessly. Shangda couldn't help but fly into a thunderous fury, stretching out his hand to grab at Ling Han. You are seeking death. Chapter 1912, How could you possibly be an alchemist? Shangda was a holy son of White Sun sect. Though he wasn't outstanding or unique as Xianlu, the fact that he managed to become the holy son of a 6th heaven celestial king tier level sect meant that his natural talent and cultivation naturally could not be doubted. If he really had any weaknesses, then he was just a little bit of a Casanova, but what man was not a Casanova? He moved in fury. Boom, a fiery flame surged out of his body, turning into multiple immortal beasts. Each immortal beast was formed from patterns of great Tao. In comparison, Zhao Qingfeng was practically trash. Ling Han's figure moved, primarily focusing on evasion, calling out loudly as he did. As a great holy son, it is not enough that you take advantage of others, you want to kill others to keep the secret from leaking. This shout instantly drew the eyes of a great many. Some of them even bore expressions of great disdain. They did not know the heads and tails of the story, but had only seen that Shangda had indeed been holding onto Ling Han's feet. This was really a strange fetish. Shangda's face immediately flushed red. He knew that those with a little intelligence would not believe rumors. As long as one had a healthy brain, they would know that he, Shangda, liked women. How could he possibly grope a man's feet on purpose? But now, with so many eyes looking at him strangely, he could not calm himself no matter how hard he tried. You damn brat, I am going to kill you, he roared, easily angered by Ling Han. This person, was he really the holy son of the White Sun sect? Everyone looked at Shangda, who was repeatedly bellowing angrily, their eyes filled with suspicion. How could a holy son, and one that had not come from an ordinary celestial king tier level force, but from a 6th heaven celestial king tier superpowerful force, be so easily angered? Heavens, how could this kind of person possibly become a holy son? How could they possibly know that Ling Han's mouth could even drive a celestial king to fume with rage, what more a holy son? However, everyone soon showed expressions of shock. This time it was not because of Shangda but rather Ling Han. This young man was very strong. Though he had been dodging all this while, it had to be known that being capable of dodging and not countering at all, and still managing to ensure he himself was completely unharmed was something whose difficulty level far surpassed merely parrying an opponent's blows. Which also meant that Ling Han's true strength was definitely not inferior to Shangda's, and had even surpassed his. Heavens! How could this be? Very soon they recognized him. Ling Han was the holy son that had been selected this time from Alchemy City, but what kind of place of Alchemy City? Setting aside the fact that it was just a 4-star force, even if it was a 1st heaven celestial king tier level sect, how could it possibly compare to the White Sun sect? Moreover, shouldn't the holy son of Alchemy City be an alchemist? They had thought that Xianlu only prized Ling Han's natural talent in alchemy. This was not strange. Xianlu had not advanced to the celestial king tier yet, and had use of Ling Han. However, only now did they know that it turned out that Ling Han's strength and cultivation was also astonishingly strong, capable of being their equal or even stronger than that. They could not accept this. They were a group that were born prodigies in cultivation, and actually could not compare to an alchemist. Fuck. At this moment they were more united than ever before. They all hoped that Shangda could defeat Ling Han. Otherwise they would also feel ashamed. However, no matter what kind of celestial techniques Shangda used, he could do nothing to Ling Han, and what depressed him even further was the fact that while he and Ling Han had already exchanged almost 100 moves, the truth was there had yet to be solid contact even once between the two of them, aside from the very beginning, when he had accidentally gripped Ling Han's feet. Tui tui tui. Do you just know how to dodge and hide? Xiangde tried to provoke him. You're as cowardly as a mouse. I really have no idea why you are even cultivating. In any case, it is not for the sake of groping men's feet, Ling Han retorted smilingly. When Xiangde heard this, his fury immediately rose up again. You still dare say it, you still dare to say it, I will kill you. In his hands, multiple celestial techniques were channeled, changing into the channeling of great Tao. He was indeed deserving of being an heir that a sixth heaven celestial king tier level sect had focused on nurturing. If Zhao Qingfeng had exchanged blows with him, the former would definitely have fallen into a disadvantage within 100 moves. If it had been a duel to the death, he would definitely have died within 1,000 moves. In simpler words, his battle prowess was about the same as the Empress. Too bad the person he had encountered was Ling Han. Even if Xianlu suppressed his cultivation level to the 4th severance, it would be still undecided who would win in a clash with Ling Han. Xianlu had been born on the celestial path, and this was indeed very awesome. However, Ling Han was not ordinary either. He had 2 source powers of heaven and earth, and also had an amazing technique that was at least at the 9th heaven celestial king tier's level, like the indestructible heaven scroll, and finally, he had been tempered by celestial king tier flames, making up for the final shortcoming of his physique. He was completely not inferior in any way to the highest grade Holy Sun. Xiangde was already not enough. Ling Han sighed. He initially only wanted to use Xiangde to temper himself, but the height that he was standing at presently was a little frightening. Even the air that had been nurtured by a 6th heaven celestial king tier sect could not give him the slightest bit of pressure. Little Dada, you are a little weak. He was speaking honestly. If the other's strength was close to his, then the two of them could engage in a brilliant battle with their full efforts. Who knew it might help him to push open the doors to the 5th severance. Xiangde was stomping mad with fury. This guy actually dared to mock him. He really didn't know what the word death meant. You asked for this. His right hand shook, and a silver spear about 3 meters long appeared in his hands. Immediately, a murderous aura rippled out, which was very terrifying. Ling Han's expression also changed slightly. He could sense that this spear had the ability to wound him. The precious spear might be at the dividing soul tier's level. Even in the hands of a 4th severance, it could not unleash its full might, but it was still incredibly sharp, and could pose a threat to even his physique. Quite interesting. Ling Han was interested now, his eyes shining. It's not just interesting, it's going to send you on your way. Xiangde was completely unreserved. So what if he was the holy son of Alchemy City? If he was killed, he was killed. He did not believe that Alchemy City would dare charge to the White Sun sect and demand an explanation. That would only be seeking their own humiliation. Shua, the silver spear flourished like a silver dragon, and it shook the skies. One by one, patterns of great Tao on the spear's body danced, tearing rips into space itself. This definitely was not a pseudo-celestial tool that was Yang Soul or Yin Soul in level, but rather something even stronger than that. It was fine even if Xiangde could not unleash the full might of the pseudo-celestial tool. The grade of this spear itself was too high. If one was even touched by the patterns on it, even one with Ling Han's physique would just barely be able to withstand it. Having lacerations would only be a matter of course. Though Ling Han was not afraid of the other's strength, he did not dare underestimate this pseudo-celestial tool. Immediately he too drew the divine demon sword, slashing out at the silver spear. Wang. The two precious tools clashed, releasing a thunderous sound that was strong enough to shake the galaxy. The rocks around all floated about 3 meters in the air, and then rapidly turned against the power of gravity to shoot at the skies, gathering into a black and dense tornado. Xiangde's whole person was also sent flying. The silver spear in his hands was extremely frightening, but his own strength was greatly inferior to Ling Han's. In a head-on confrontation, it was naturally impossible that he could be a match for the other party. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression shifted. Though they had guessed that Ling Han's strength could possibly be even stronger, they could ultimately only believe it now that they had witnessed it with their own eyes. Fuck, how could he possibly be an alchemist? Chapter 1913, Duplicate of Heaven and Earth. Ling Han looked at Xiangde that had been sent flying, yet put away the divine demon sword. He did not have the time to linger and waste his time on the latter. He had to ascend to the summit as soon as possible. Only the person that reached it first could gain the great fortune from heaven and earth. Let's go. The Empress nodded, and bewitching Maiden Ro put on a pitiful appearance, casting a pleading look at Ling Han. Ling Han sighed internally. He clearly knew that having too much contact with bewitching Maiden Ro was not a good thing, but the charm technique that this bewitching maiden cultivated was really something. It affected him subconsciously, causing him to accept this person more and more. Not because he had designs on her, but rather already taking her as his friend. Moreover, if he abandoned bewitching Maiden Ro here, she would be easily devoured by others. Would a mere 3-star force be enough to intimidate these heirs from Celestial King tier sects? If this kind of thing spread out, it was guaranteed that a great many people would turn around and say that it was bewitching Maiden Ro that was claiming a connection with those above her station. If they wanted beautiful women, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? He stretched out a hand and pressed down, taking bewitching Maiden Ro into his spatial god tool. Of course, it could not possibly be the Black Tower. His trust in this bewitching maiden was far from reaching that level yet. Ling Han and the Empress walked side by side. The others stared at his back for a while and then set off as well. Some did not make a move because they did not have enough confidence. Even if they did make a move, that would only be asking for their own humiliation. Others meanwhile were in a hurry. After all, Ling Han was extremely powerful. Defeating him would need a very long time, perhaps even a year or more, and they would really be too late by then. The higher they went, the more frightening the aura undulating on this peak was. It was not strong enough that made it difficult for them to even take a single step, but it was still incredibly hard to take a step. Their foreheads were streaming with sweat. Both Ling Han's and the Empress's speed was too low, far from being capable of comparing to that of Xianlu and his group. Going by the look of things now, to say nothing of getting the first prize, they might not even be able to get any consolation prize. But what could they do? They were not at the 5th severance and were a whole cultivation level lower than Xianlu and his group. Furthermore, this was an incredibly crucial level at that. The others were severing mundane tiers, yet possessed the battle prowess of the dividing soul tier. This was too astonishing. Ling Han turned to the Empress and said, "Going by this rate, there is definitely no way we can catch up to those 3 in front." The Empress nodded. "Unless we can break through to the 5th severance. The pressure here is strong enough. Perhaps we can find the trigger to breaking through here. If that is the case, then that would in fact be the greatest fortune for us." The two of them exchanged a look, both breaking into a smile. Right. In front of the 5th severance, what greater fortune could there be? Ling Han had a slightly easier time than the Empress, but for the sake of the Empress's future, he did not think of taking the Empress into the Black Tower. Instead, she used her full effort to resist the terrifying aura on the peak, climbing the mountain one step at a time. This was the Broken Clouds Mountains. They were so tall that they could block the clouds. Though Three Yang Peak was not the tallest summit here, its height was still enough to make one flinch. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, a month. They had actually walked a whole month on the mountain. Even though they were not walking very fast, after so many days, they could no longer see the foot of the peak since a long time ago. The only thing remaining in sight was drifting clouds, and if they looked higher they still could not see where the summit was. This peak was really too high. Ling Han and the Empress did not know if Xianlu and his group had reached the summit. However, under the pressure of this aura, it was as if they were constantly exchanging blows with a frightening opponent. The barrier in their bodies was becoming clearer and clearer. The 5th severance. They could already see hopes of the 5th severance. It was close at hand, as if they could touch it just by reaching out. But if they really did stretch out their hand to reach for it, it would seem to be far upon the horizon, and they still could not touch it. This kind of feeling drove them very crazy. Is it that we haven't been tempered enough, or should we refine the Heavenly Dao Jade? The Empress asked. Ling Han did not know either. To say nothing of the fact that they did not have any experience of breaking through to the 5th severance, there was none among those that they had come into contact that had the experience either. They were completely unable to ask for experience from others. Xianlu? Lao Song? Shan Jitong? Wasn't that a joke? To say nothing of the fact that there was completely no trace of them now, even if they were here, how could Ling Han bring himself to ask? Even if he did, would they even answer? In Celestial King tier sects of 6th heaven and above, there would be 1 or 2 people that broke through to the 5th severance every epoch. Then, Xianlu and the others would have some that could offer them guidance, so they would take a few less wrong turns. Most importantly, neither Ling Han nor the Empress were sure that they could attempt to break through to the 5th severance in this situation. Let's not refine the Heavenly Dao Jade first. Just wait and see. Ling Han considered for a moment, and thought that it was impossible to break through to the fifth severance so easily. The Empress nodded in reply. The two of them continued on their way, and not long after they saw fog twist and turn, turning into some kind of shape. At first, this was very normal. The altitude here was too high, and there were clouds everywhere, but now the fog had actually taken the form of a human figure. Furthermore, it was getting clearer and clearer. Not only were his features clearly seen, his body was filling out as well. In the time for just a single breath, this human figure had completely taken form. If Ling Han and the Empress had not seen this kind of change with their own eyes, they would have definitely been unable to tell that this figure was actually formed from fog. This was a man. He was very young, and his head of black hair hung loosely. There was a kind of coarse and wild air about him. His pride soared, the light in his eyes astonishing. If one looked closely, there was actually a cross pattern in the depths of his pupils. Sword demon race, the Empress suddenly declared. What sword demon race? Ling Han asked. My bloodline memory has information about this race, the Empress explained. This is a frightening race. They do not have a large number, but every single member is incredibly talented, and a considerable number of celestial kings have come from this race. A considerable number of celestial kings. In this race, every member is an expert swordsman. Once they deliver a sword strike, any existence would be sliced into quarters. This is regulations of the supreme level. While the two of them were talking, this young man had already walked over to Ling Han and the Empress. He opened his mouth and said, Yi Wuxiang, you have been named as one of the top 10 prodigies of the Eastern Celestial Realm and rank 8th. I, Gu Fei, have deliberately come to ask for guidance. What's going on? Ling Han looked at the Empress, and the Empress also looked at Ling Han. Who was this Gu Fei talking to? Yi Wuxiang? Neither of them were named Yi Wuxiang. Yi Wuxiang, you rank 8th among the top 10 prodigies. Be careful that this will not become a curse, and you will only remain an 8th heaven celestial king in your whole lifetime. Gu Fei continued. Come on then, you claim that eternal prosperity, and this for me is a taboo. Both Ling Han's and the Empress's heart jolted, and then realization dawned on them. Yi Wuxiang was the eternal prosperity celestial king. This was where the eternal prosperity celestial king had achieved Dao. An epoch ago, the eternal prosperity celestial king had comprehended Dao here, and broken through to celestial king tier. All the opponents he had encountered on his whole way here had been duplicated, and he had reviewed his life of battle. When a celestial king achieved Dao, it had drawn a mysterious response from the heaven and earth, which had thus duplicated these memories. After an epoch, a bizarre event was birthed once more from the heaven and earth, and thus came Gu Fei's revival, showing again the scene when he issued a challenge all those years ago. Gu Fei was clearly a character from an epoch ago. Perhaps he had long since died, or perhaps he had already become a celestial king and was immortal, but the Gu Fei now was the Gu Fei of Yi Wuxiang's memories. Come and fight me, Gu Fei declared loudly. When he shouted these words, another clump of clouds gathered again, turning once more into a human figure. However, it was not Gu Fei, but rather a valiant and formidable-looking man. Yi Wuxiang, I Zhang Yun challenge you. Chapter 1914. Niu is here again. Ling Han looked at the Empress and smilingly asked, We take one each? All right. The Empress nodded. Ling Han faced Gu Fei while the Empress faced Zhang Yun. The two manifestations immediately launched an offensive. Boom, celestial techniques surged out, incredibly frightening. These two manifestations were not that strong. They were both ordinary Emperor tier level, and Ling Han and the Empress should be able to suppress them easily. However, the environment here was unique, so Ling Han and the Empress still had to endure such frightening pressure. Meanwhile, the two manifestations were formed by the environment here in the first place, so they would naturally not be affected at all. In this way, the couple was a little strained. After fighting for a very long time, the pair finally defeated them. The manifestations immediately turned back into fog, and dispersed on the mountain. People that the eternal prosperity celestial king thought worth remembering do indeed have some strength, Ling Han said. The Empress nodded. Going by the usual trend, the closer they were to the finish line, the stronger their opponents would certainly be. From the beginning, they had already faced two Emperor tiers, and added with the violent pressure of this place, how were they supposed to manage the rest of the way? Since this was where the eternal prosperity celestial king had achieved Dao, then among the opponents that he had encountered on his whole way here, there would definitely be dividing soul tier, immortal palace tier, and ascending origin tier elites. Only one of these existences had to appear, and Ling Han and the Empress could only fall back in defeat. Going by that reasoning, even fifth severance could only feel powerless and incompetent. How could they possibly reach the summit? This kind of thing would definitely not happen. Otherwise, the eternal prosperity celestial king would not have Xianlu come here, Ling Han immediately said. When we reach the summit, we will naturally find out. The Empress's confidence was not affected. However, the eternal prosperity celestial king really does seem to have been cursed. In this whole epic, he is still an 8th heaven celestial king. It's probably just a coincidence, maybe? The two of them continued onward, but they had not walked too far when fog entwined, and another change took place. Yi Wuxiang I Shangdong have come for a battle. I, Dong Ziki, have come to ask for some guidance. The fog manifested into two tall and formidable-looking men who were exuding a brightness that surged skywards. The battle immediately commenced. Ling Han and the Empress still picked one opponent each. This time they spent an even longer time to defeat the two of them. They exchanged a look, both nodding their heads. As expected, the opponents were getting stronger and stronger. This was also very logical. Opponents of the same cultivation level had been defeated by the eternal prosperity celestial king, so how could they possibly all be remembered? Therefore, each of the opponents here would be stronger than the last. This was very normal. It was definitely severing mundane tiers that numbered the most in the world. Thus, the chances of meeting the most excellent among them would be limited, but after advancing into the dividing soul tier, the whole circle would abruptly shrink greatly, and the situation would be different. And then onwards to the immortal palace tier and ascending origin tier, and the number of prodigies would be decreasing drastically, each more outstanding than the last. The two of them set off, and not long after, two opponents appeared once more ahead of them. There was only one thing left to do, and that was battle. Ling Han and the Empress practically did not stop at all, and battled all the way on their journey. They could feel that some kind of change was taking place inside them, like something in their bodies was improving to another level. 2 months, 3 months, 5 months. Time slowly crept by. The aura here did not change much, such as suddenly becoming so incredibly terrifying that severing mundane tiers were not worthy of even taking another step forwards. And this extensive time had also far exceeded Ling Han and the Empress's expectations. It should also have exceeded everyone else's expectations. Half a year had passed, and they actually still hadn't managed to climb up to the summit of a mountain peak. This was not because Triyang Peak was too tall, but rather because their whole journey was not peaceful at all. They were endlessly battling and battling. The only benefit was that whatever opponent appeared, they were all only in the severing mundane tier. This should have been deliberately planned out. Going by logic, it is impossible that the eternal prosperity king had only exchanged blows with severing mundane tiers. And we are in the severing mundane tier, so our opponents are also only severing mundane tiers. Furthermore, they are all in the range of the 4th severance, but each is stronger than the last. Going by this trend, it really is possible that a 5th severance opponent would appear. I am really quite expectant. The two of them had forgotten the so-called great fortune at the summit. If they could break through to the 5th severance, this would be the most crucial step of their lifetimes, signifying that they advanced into the level of monarch tier. Otherwise, there would still be a great gap between them and top-grade prodigies. Then just continue battling. In another place, Peng Yin Xianlu defeated his opponent with a single punch. It turned back into fog. His expression was calm and filled with confidence. That was the self-confidence and calmness that he was born with. He knew more than the others about the situation here, and furthermore, he was sure that he definitely would be the first person to reach the summit. He said that he had no fear of contest, and this was indeed one of the reasons. He was confident that he was invincible among his peers. However, the greatest fortune would appear once in an epoch on Triyang Peak, so he had to fight and compete with a great many top-grade prodigies, and the path of achieving Tao of the eternal prosperity celestial king would make a reappearance. Defeating all the prodigies in the world, stepping on the heads of prodigies to reach the apex. Only in this way would he draw a resonance from the heaven and earth, and gain a great fortune. It was not increasing one's cultivation level, but effecting a change from the essence. For example, he himself was celestial Tao physique, born with an affinity with Tao. He could learn any celestial technique upon his first attempt, but as long as it was not the genuine great Tao, there would be space for improvement. He wanted to use this kind of great fortune to improve his physique so that it was closer to great Tao. In this way only would he be worthy of contesting with those several heaven-defying freaks. If someone knew Yin Xinlu's thoughts, they would definitely feel very shocked. For Yin Xinlu to call someone a heaven-defying freak, what kind of world-shaking character did this have to be? On the other side, though Lao Song and Shan Jitong were also unmatched on their whole way here, they did not know the detailed situation of this place, nor did they know if the other two monarch tiers had been the first to arrive at the summit, so it was inevitable that they would feel slightly anxious. The person they were the most worried about was naturally Yin Xianlu. This person was called King of the Celestial Path. This was a supreme compliment. To contest with this kind of person by nature they would be slightly inferior. At the foot of the mountain peak. Ha 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 ha. Amidst a bout of loud laughter, a young girl leaped down from a dragon hawk. Placing her hands at the sides of her mouth, she loudly called out, "Ling Han Niu is here." Young Imperial Empress, don't be so loud. There was a middle-aged woman by her side, and she hurriedly moved to stop her. This naturally was Hu Niu. She placed her hands at her hips and complained, "You're so noisy. So noisy. From day to night, it is always you can't do this, you can't do that. Then Niu doesn't want to be any stupid Imperial Empress either. Come on then, I'll hand it back to you." The middle-aged Empress couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. This young Imperial Empress really could not let anyone rest at ease. Why was there no one that could restrain her? Young Imperial Empress, Ling Han has already been dragged into an ascending origin tier great battle. Chapter 1915. Apparently right but actually wrong. A strange warping appeared in the air, and then a man was seen stepping out of thin air. He was dressed in black robes and looked to be only in his 20s. His complexion was as fair as jade, his eyes incredibly soft, giving comfort to anyone who saw him. There seemed to be nothing exceptional about this kind of person, aside from the fact that he looked a little handsome and more refined. So he was the Eternal Prosperity Celestial King? "You are Lu Herong, right?" the man in black robes asked, showing a nostalgic expression. "The little girl that had been at the side of Fairy Yun years ago. I have not thought that you were already a fourth heaven celestial king by now." This person was indeed the Eternal Prosperity Celestial King. Otherwise, how could he possibly speak such boastful words? The middle-aged woman, Lu Herong, curtsied slightly towards the man in black robes and said, "Lu Herong pays respectful greetings to Lord Eternal Prosperity." There were 9 heavens in the Celestial King tier, and each level brought one closer to ascending the heavens. Even though she was already a 4th heaven Celestial King, she was still very far away from reaching the level of the Eternal Prosperity Celestial King. Naturally, she could only consider herself as his junior. Furthermore, the generation of the Eternal Prosperity Celestial King was indeed considerably older than hers. However, this was only a sliver of divine sense of the Eternal Prosperity Celestial King. It was unknown where his real body was. Lu Herong could still confirm this fact. The Eternal Prosperity Celestial King waved her off, indicating that she needed not be overly courteous. Then he turned to look at Hu Niu and said, "Is this Leaning Cloud Celestial King's reincarnation?" That's not right." He set his eyes on Hu Niu, his eyes exuding an astonishing brightness. Hu Niu was displeased now and said, "Uncle, don't you know that it is very impolite to look at others like that?" The Eternal Prosperity Celestial King faltered and then laughed loudly. Shaking his head he said, "No, no, you are indeed not Iyun. You only possess her natural talent and martial imprint, but the two of you are definitely two different people." Looks like it was true that Iyun had been killed in an ambush. He appeared to feel that it was a great pity. Fairy Iyun was exquisite, beautiful and supremely graceful. What celestial king would not willingly submit to her? It is such a pity that the heavens were jealous of her beauty, envious of her exquisiteness. Hu Niu mumbled, "Damn uncle, you want to be an old cow that eats young grass." With how sharp the Eternal Prosperity Celestial King's hearing was, this naturally could be heard clearly. Involuntarily, his expression became strange. Though Hu Niu possessed a great many traits of the Leaning Cloud Celestial King, and was also world-shakingly beautiful, she had a completely different style than the Leaning Cloud Celestial King. To Iyun, he was filled with adoration, but to Hu Niu, he only felt the doting that a senior would feel towards a junior, and not the slightest inappropriate thought rose up in him. The Leaning Cloud Celestial King of the past had enchanted practically all male Celestial Kings, and the Eternal Prosperity Celestial King was also one of them. Now, when he looked at Hu Niu, he had turned this adoration into doting indulgence, seeing Hu Niu as his own child. "It can't be that you have come to crash the party, right?" the Eternal Prosperity Celestial King asked smilingly. In front of Hu Niu he was also less severe and actually began to joke around. "How could we dare to?" Lu Herong hurriedly asserted. "This junior is only here to accompany young Imperial Empress. How could I possibly dare offend my lord's great might?" The other could joke around but she could not. This was the difference between one in a high-ranking position and one that was in a lower rank. The Eternal Prosperity Celestial King smiled and said, "This peak is where I achieved Tao. An epoch has passed and heaven and earth has resonated. There is considerable fortune to be had here. This little girl can go and give it a try and you can just wait here." "As you command," Lu Herong answered respectfully. He was an 8th Heaven Celestial King, and there was only one person in the Rock Palace that could intimidate him. Furthermore, Grand Elder was bearing Dao injury. A full-out battle would definitely affect her injuries. In fact, it was even possible for her to die after a battle. Aside from this, there was no other elite that was 8th Heaven Celestial King tier level in the Rock Palace. "Go on." The Eternal Prosperity Celestial King waved Hu Niu onwards. "Who needs you to be so noisy?" Hu Niu pouted and headed towards the summit. "Ling Han. Ling Han. Ling Han." She was laughing loudly as she ran up the mountain. Again, a great many years had passed since their last meeting and she missed him very much. Though she was the last to appear and was half a year later than all the others before her, her strength was incredibly frightening. She ran on the mountain like she was running on flat land. The Eternal Prosperity Celestial King watched her from behind, and couldn't help but show a gratified expression. As expected of the one who has inherited Yun's natural talent. In a battle of equals, there should be only less than 10 that can defeat her. Immediately Lu Herong looked defiant. This was an unconventional reincarnation of the previous Imperial Empress, and she was actually still unable to be invincible among her peers. And she had yet to advance into the Celestial King tier. Those that Hu Niu could encounter would only be prodigies of the present generation, and there were still about 10 people that were stronger than her. How could this be believed? Going by that account, when Hu Niu became a 9th Heaven Celestial King, wouldn't there be countless people that were stronger than her? It had to be known that the true greatest prodigies in history would definitely all have advanced into 9th Heaven Celestial King tier, or practically would not die. As long as they existed for a long enough time in the celestial realm, this number would be astonishingly great. Hee hee. The Eternal Prosperity Celestial King merely laughed faintly, but did not argue with Lu Herong. In his eyes she was only a junior. There was really no need for him to argue with someone that was less knowledgeable. Jianghu, a prodigy that had just recently risen up. Of course, to say newly risen or recently in the celestial realm could very possibly mean within the last 100,000 years, or even the last 1,000,000 years. Jianghu had always kept a low profile before the 4th severance, but after breaking through to the 4th severance, he had stunned the masses, and could not be stopped once he had started. If that had not been the case, he would not have been worthy of being invited by Xianlu. He was panting slightly. All the opponents he had encountered on his journey were incredibly strong, and could only be defeated when he had used his full efforts. He had no choice but to stop to rest and recover his vitality. Otherwise, if he was not in his prime condition, it would not be possible for him to defeat his next opponent. There was a smile on his face. He was confident that his present speed had definitely surpassed the majority. On their way here they had all separated, and the mountain was entwined in clouds and fog, blocking vision and divine sense. There was no way to see any trace of the others at all. As a prodigy he naturally had soaring confidence. He rested for a while, and when he felt he had rested just about enough he stood up. However, just when he was thinking of setting off he paused slightly. He discovered that some kind of commotion was coming from behind him. As a qualified elite, he immediately turned around, standing in a defensive position. Someone was actually charging up from behind him. Who was it? Jianghu was internally stunned. With his kind of speed, someone actually still managed to catch up to him? This was simply unfathomable. He wanted to see who it was and then battle him. This was possibly the first strongest opponent that would be contesting with him. Out of the way. Out of the way. Amidst a feminine demand, a figure appeared from behind him. This was a world-shakingly beautiful young girl. Her hair was glossy and black and floated around her like a cloud. Zhang Ye's expression immediately changed greatly, looking as if he had seen a ghost. It was not that he had been stunned by the young girl's exquisite beauty, though she was indeed so beautiful that it did not seem real. More importantly, there was actually a huge group of people behind her that were pursuing her. He was familiar with all these people because every single one of them were memory manifestations that he had battled with for a very long time. All of them had astonishing battle prowess. He had expended a lot of effort to deal with them. For this kind of opponent, he would be in deep trouble if two appeared at the same time, what more when there was a whole group of them now. This young girl, was she seeking death? The young girl only used her bare fists, but she was still incredibly fierce and powerful. One punch, and one of the memory manifestations would be blasted back, yet her own speed was practically unaffected as she charged towards Jianghu. Boom! Jianghu then saw a jade-like fist crashing towards him. It was obviously captivatingly beautiful, but was filled with supreme force. A pattern of great Tao was presently flickering on the surface of the fist, as if a single punch could destroy worlds. I am not Ah. He was just about to say that he was not a manifestation but was sent flying by this punch. He really wanted to cry. Chapter 1916, The Formidable Hu Niu. There were definitely a string of curses racing through Zhang Ye's mind. What did he do? Ping ping ping. Those memory manifestations all stepped on him as they continued their pursuit. Every stomp caused him to yell out in pain. Fortunately, the aim of these manifestations was the young girl in front of them. Otherwise, each manifestation only had to give him a casual punch and he would be done for. Yeah. Zhang Ye trembled endlessly. Some manifestations were really stepping on inappropriate places, deliberately stepping on his backside. That series of stomps caused him to be in unspeakable agony. His ass had really suffered greatly. So you are a human being. The young girl in front of him turned her head around, her expression filled with shock. Then she became irritated. I already told you to get out of the way and you still stood there like a blockhead. If you had delayed Niu's time, would you have been able to afford the compensation? Don't let Niu see you again, or I will beat your head until it bursts. After saying this, the young girl ran off without a second thought. Of course, she also brought out even more memory manifestations, forming a majestic army. Zhang Ye. Fuck your sister. Yang Hongyi, the holy son of a 6-star great sect. He had advanced into the 4th severance more than 1 million years ago, and had long since cultivated to the peak stage of the 4th severance. In truth, he was already able to break through to the dividing soul tier, but had not taken this step all this while. That was because he had an even greater ambition. He wanted to become a 5th severance. However, this was too hard to accomplish. After so many years, he did not have the slightest bit of breakthrough, and was still making no headway. He was also one with a strong will, and his determination did not waver. In any case, a celestial had an unlimited lifespan. As long as the immortal's tribulation had not reached an extent that he could not survive, there was absolutely no need for him to rush to break through. The difference between the 4th severance and the 5th severance was really too huge. Without advancing into this cultivation level, he would only be an emperor tier, and have no hopes of becoming a top-notch prodigy. It could be said that whatever minor flaws you encountered in your cultivation, such as not fully stabilizing your cultivation level, this was all fine. After you reached Celestial King tier, you would have more than enough time to restabilize, but for the 5th severance, there would only be this one chance now. He believed that this was a chance that the heavens had bestowed on him. He was determined to become the first person to reach the summit, and obtain a great fortune, taking that opportunity to push open the doors to the 5th severance. Under such pressure and motivation, he had completed his own improvement. Inconceivably, his battle prowess had increased greatly, and he had defeated another memory manifestation. I have accomplished much, but there is still more to do. With my present battle prowess, I should be invincible in the severing mundane tier, he muttered to himself proudly. The enemies here are all adjusted according to one's cultivation level, so I do not have the slightest bit of disadvantage. Yen Xinlu Lao Song Shanjitong, just all of you wait. In the future, among those that can shake the world and cause the celestial realm to quiver with just a single step, I will definitely be present. The ground suddenly began to quiver. At first it was a very light tremble, but it very soon was as if an earthquake was happening. What was going on here? Though he had previously said that he wanted to make the world quiver with a single step, the problem here was that, firstly, he had not become this kind of powerful figure yet, and secondly, he had not raised his foot at all, right? Out of the way. Out of the way. A feminine exclamation rang out, and a beautiful figure could be seen charging over from below. So beautiful. Yang Hongyi instantly looked stunned, but in the next second, this kind of stunned expression became a panicked expression, or in fact even horrified. Fuck, what was going on with the huge crowd of figures following behind the young girl? Those were all memory manifestations of a celestial king. Have you gone mad? You actually did not fight your way up one step at a time, but have rather drawn out so many all at once. Do you want to die? Hiss, if you want to die you cannot drag others in as well, fuck. He had not even finished this thought when he saw that the young girl was already about to reach him. He was so terrified he hurriedly stepped aside. Ping ping ping. After the young girl had rushed over, a huge mass of manifestations also rushed over. However, this just happened to be a narrow mountain path which could only accommodate 3 people to pass through at the same time at most, yet a huge pile of manifestations were completely unconcerned, and rushed forwards all at the same time. Yang Hongyi was immediately in trouble. Having a few dozen manifestations crash into him, he ricocheted back and forth like a marble. Unfortunately he could not counter. These manifestations were too strong. In a one-on-one battle he could still manage, but in a battle of 1 against 2 or 1 against 3 he would only be thrashed. If several dozen of them ganged up on him at the same time, he would undoubtedly die. Hence, he definitely could not become the target of these manifestations. Otherwise that would only be courting death. Hong Long Long, the young girl brought over 100 manifestations and stampeded over, causing dust to fly in all directions. Only then did Yang Hongyi get back up from the ground. He looked in the direction where the young girl had disappeared, his face covered in bruises. They had all been created when the manifestations had rushed past him. Furthermore, unless he could erase the external martial intent from within his body, these wounds would not disperse at all. That definitely was not something that would take a short while. He would have to maintain this appearance of having been pummeled for a very, very long time. Fuck. He raised a middle finger at the young girl's receding back. If the latter came back to stand in front of him, he would definitely come to blows with her. He could not swallow this injustice. Ioyo. This raising of his finger immediately pulled on the injuries on his body, and he couldn't help but moan in pain. This was painful, this was really painful. Huangfu Ling, Wu Xiuan, Xiao Junren, one after another, prodigies were all surpassed by Hu Niu, and they were both shocked and furious. As Hu Niu went higher and higher up the mountain peak, the army of manifestations behind her also became bigger and bigger. This number was already no longer in the hundreds but in the thousands. Too frightening. Every manifestation was a prodigy of their generation, and with so many of them added together, just how terrifying was this party. If Xianlu saw it he would probably pale in shock too, right? Yet Hu Niu was completely unconcerned. She kept calling out Ling Han's name in excitement as she barged all the way through, drawing enough animosity from all directions. The 10th month. Both Ling Han and the Empress were mad from battle. Before this, though they had encountered a great many enemies, there were not that many that could become a match for them. However, in this place, every opponent was a super prodigy, a powerful foe that the eternal prosperity celestial king had encountered on his path to achieving Tao. The success of one was built on the deaths of thousands. For a celestial king to reach the utmost pinnacle, it was naturally inevitable that he would need countless prodigies to become his stepping stones. And now, these stepping stones had been manifested by the Tao of heaven and earth once more, each of them possessing frightening battle prowess. This was practically pulling out all the powerful foes that the eternal prosperity celestial king had encountered throughout his lifetime. Just how many years had they been accumulated for? Just how long had Ling Han and the Empress been alive for? How could they compare to this? To them, the improvement of their cultivation level was too fast, and accumulation of experience was a very massive weakness, but now they had really battled enough. Ling Han felt blood bubbling inside his body as his Tao heart was improving to a new level. His consciousness was becoming ethereal. A set of great doors were about to open, but to speak of truly pushing them open he was still a little bit away from that level. The Heavenly Dao Jade could help him push them open. I am close to breaking through, the Empress said. She had the same feeling as Ling Han. Let's enter into the Black Tower and refine the Heavenly Dao Jade. This kind of chance definitely cannot be missed. Otherwise, who knows when the next time would be. Ling Han declared resolutely, and entered into the Black Tower with the Empress in tow. Only after a while, Hu Niu was seen leading a great army racing over majestically. Ling Han. Ling Han. She rushed ahead in excitement. Chapter 1917. Refining the Heavenly Dao Jade, the fifth severance close at hand. Huh? Ling Han faltered for a moment. Hu Niu. Why had she come? Realization immediately dawned on Ling Han. Commander Guan had to have reported the situation at the time to Hu Niu, and said that he had already died. But how could Hu Niu be willing to believe that? Thus she had come personally. What is it? The Empress could not sense what was happening outside the Black Tower. Ling Han broke into a smile and said, Hu Niu is here. Before long we will be able to meet. It was rare for the Empress to bear a solemn expression. In the past, one of her doppelgangers had seen Hu Niu, and she knew just how jealous this little girl could be. She also knew that Hu Niu was also exquisitely beautiful, in no way inferior to her. It would be a challenge for her to get Hu Niu on her side, and continue to sit on precious seat as the first wife of the Ling clan. But the Empress was filled with confidence. Ling Han took out the Heavenly Dao Jade and created a crack in it. The both of them laid their palms on it at the same time, extracting the essence within. Boom, their bodies suddenly trembled, astonishing multicolored light shooting out of them, and forming multiple seals, each different from the others. 2 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours a day. Ling Han and the Empress had already reached a state of satiation, and could no longer receive the power of the Heavenly Dao Jade. Furthermore, they were filled with confidence that they would be able to deliver the fifth severance now. However, the essence of the Heavenly Dao Jade was still endlessly spewing out from the crack on the Heavenly Dao Jade, as if it would never stop. It could not be sealed off. Ling Han frowned. If things went on like this, wouldn't the Heavenly Dao Jade be wasted for nothing? His original plans were perfect. Hu Niu came and he could just hand the remaining Heavenly Dao Jade to her, but now he had to attempt to break through to the fifth severance. Otherwise, the essence of the Heavenly Dao Jade would rapidly disappear, and he would also miss this opportunity that had formed after 10 months of hard battling. This was something accumulated from having experienced countless battles. To reach this kind of condition next time, he might have to fight more than 10 times, or 100 times the number of opponents. The problem was that this was a chance that would only take place once in an epoch. Under normal conditions, just how long would you need to encounter so many top-notch prodigies? Hence, if he missed this chance, the next time could possibly be 1,000,000 or 10,000,000 years later. Ling Han thought for a moment, exited the Black Tower, and then entered into his spatial god tool. Take it. He tossed out the remaining Heavenly Dao Jade, then turned and left, leaving Bewitching Maiden Ro in a state of bafflement. His heart was aching. He naturally wanted to save something so precious for his own people, but Hu Niu was so energetic and would have vanished by now. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden had not advanced into the severing mundane tier yet, so she was not capable of refining it at all. Otherwise, that would only be seeking death. He could only benefit this great Bewitching Maiden. Bewitching Maiden Ro grabbed the Heavenly Dao Jade, her expression completely dumbfounded. What do you mean by this? Running after throwing a rock at me? What did I do to you? Why did you throw this rock at me? But in the next instant, she sensed the energy released from the Heavenly Dao Jade, and she immediately showed an expression of astonishment. It was simply boundless, as if the Heavenly Dao was just in front of her eyes, and could be touched just by stretching out her hand. She hurriedly grabbed hold of the Heavenly Dao Jade tightly, sat down in cross-legged position, and began to refine these benefits. Once she was actively drawing on the essence inside the Heavenly Dao Jade, she immediately realized what kind of precious treasure this was. All the inadequacies that she had previously encountered in her cultivation were being mended, and she had reached perfection. All her 4 strikes had been struck on herself, but now the mortal bonds that she had severed had all returned, and in their place, there was a more obvious gulf between herself and the Heavenly Dao. Was this something bad? No. She immediately realized that it was not the case. Though there was now a gap between her and Heavenly Dao, she instead felt that she had a clearer view of Heavenly Dao. That was because if she herself was wrapped within, she would not be able to see clearer, just like onlookers would be able to see more of the game. And now that she had leaped out of the game, she could view it from a wider angle, so it was naturally different. A strong excitement rose up within her. She was presently advancing from the level of King tier to the level of Emperor tier. Furthermore, as she was a divine fetus in the first place, after she became an Emperor tier, her future would be boundless and bright. Ling Han, didn't he dislike her? Why had he given such a precious treasure to her? Could it be that this was a gift to pledge his love? This damn guy, he was actually capable of being embarrassed. Without saying a single word, he wanted to take her for himself. No way. She had to be even more reserved. Otherwise, Ling Han would think she was a loose woman. She was not a loose woman at all. She had only cultivated charm technique, and she was always all smiles by nature. Ling Han did not know that bewitching Maiden Ro had misunderstood. His heart was still hurting. He had actually thrown such a precious treasure to an outsider. He really wanted a moment of silence. But after he returned to the Black Tower, he immediately began to comprehend Tao underneath the reincarnation tree. He and the Empress had to have absorbed even more essence from the Heavenly Dao Jade, erasing all the minor flaws that they had encountered on their way of cultivation so that they had reached a state of perfection. And the majority of energy was pushing the Heavenly Dao to channel so that they could glimpse the profound secrets of the fifth severance. Those initially tightly closed great doors were already slightly loosening, and next, it would be up to them to see how they would be able to push open these great doors, and enter into a new threshold from there. After all, the Heavenly Dao Jade only granted an additional sliver of possibility of breaking through to the fifth severance. Underneath the reincarnation tree, time flew by. Multiple rays of light exuded from Ling Han's and the Empress's body, intertwining and turning into a massive ball of light. Great Tao was flowing on its surface. As if it was breathing, it drew in and then extended out. Every time they drew in, there would be a frightening aura flowing. If this was not inside the Black Tower, it was guaranteed that the whole Three-Yang Peak would be able to sense this. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. A total of 1,000 years had passed, and Ling Han and the Empress opened their eyes at practically the same time. The ball of light around them suddenly crumbled, and there were actually no whites in their eyes, but rather a galaxy of indescribable depths. An aura that far surpassed fourth severance was exuding from their bodies, yet in essence, it belonged to the severing mundane tier, which was incredibly mysterious. The fifth severance. No, they had not delivered this strike. They were still a little bit away from this step. They had to endure the heavenly tribulation, and only then would they be able to deliver this strike at the heavens so that they would advance into the level of monarch tier. Let's go. The two of them exited the Black Tower at the same time, each then drawing out a green-colored peach tree leaf, and placing it on top of their heads. Boom, the heaven and earth roared furiously, two expanses of dark clouds rolling out. You had struck once, twice, thrice, and for the fourth time, and all of the strikes were delivered at the heaven and earth, but after the fourth strike, even while severed, they were still joined by a slight amount. Thus, while the heaven and earth were furious, their fury was limited. This was embodied in the might of the heavenly tribulation. But the fifth severance. Once the strike was delivered, that would mean completely severing their connection with the heaven and earth, as if they had leaped out of the bounds of heaven and earth. This was definitely forbidden. The heaven and earth did not allow it. Hence, the heavenly tribulation rolled out, wanting to use their strongest fury to erase this kind of strange existence. However, the natural peach seal took effect. This kind of source power of heaven and earth could not possibly help a cultivator comprehend Tao, and increase his cultivation level. It seemed to be completely useless, yet was able to conceal destiny, decreasing the might of the heavenly tribulation. At this kind of time, there was nothing more useful than the natural peach seal. The two natural peach seals immediately burst out with soaring brilliance, a strange force surging out. It was as if Three-Yang Peak had been disconnected from the rest of the world, forming an independent world of its own. The scale of the tribulation clouds immediately began to shrink, though. While it had still far surpassed the level of the fourth severance, it could match only the heavenly tribulation for Yang Soul at most. Wasn't the fifth severance equivalent to Yang Soul? Then, wasn't experiencing this kind of heavenly tribulation no big deal? Chapter 1918, Caught Up. And? The eternal prosperity celestial king raised his eyes to look at the skies, showing an expression of slight surprise. To say nothing of the fact that his divine sense could reach anywhere and everywhere, even with just a casual look like this, he could immediately discover what was going on. The fifth severance, natural peach seal. These two were always connected together. He had never heard of anyone being capable of enduring the heavenly tribulation of the fifth severance without depending on the natural peach seal. There was definitely none. Even those few old monsters had not been so powerful at the time. Their heirs, too, had no other treasure that they could rely on that could match this kind of massive tribulation. They could only depend on the natural peach seal. Which child of which clan is it that actually possesses this kind of treasure? He appeared to be slightly curious. The natural peach tree was a source power of heaven and earth, but had been felled by a supreme being a certain number of years ago. Now, the natural peach seals that everyone was using had been passed down from very, very long ago, and there were already no new ones. It would mean one less with each use. Being able to see it at this kind of time caused the eternal prosperity celestial king to feel slightly intrigued. Furthermore, this was the 5th severance. Even in a 9th heaven celestial king tier force, there were not many people that could reach this kind of height. Under the banner of every great sect, there would only be 1 or 2 such existences in an epoch, probably. But now, there were actually 2 people breaking through at the same time, and even he, as an 8th heaven celestial king, could not hide his surprise. Lu Herong showed a similar expression of shock. While her strength was inferior to the eternal prosperity celestial kings, the Rock Palace was still a 9th heaven celestial king tier level force, so she was actually more knowledgeable than even the eternal prosperity celestial king. There were also not many left of the natural peach seals in the Rock Palace. Interesting. Truly interesting. The eternal prosperity celestial king's eyes burned, the surprise in his expression even more pronounced. Previously, he had not taken note of Ling Han at all, right until the moment when his attention was attracted by the heavenly tribulation, and then he had taken another look at him. Then he had discovered the natural peach seal and consequently he had seen even more. A celestial king only wished to know something, and there was nothing that they could not find out. Ancestral flame, source water, the eternal prosperity celestial king murmured. Even a celestial king would find it extremely difficult to obtain one of these 2 types of source powers, yet he possesses 2 by himself. Could it be that he is? Lu Hairong's beautiful eyes shone. Being reminded thus by the eternal prosperity celestial king, how could she not distinguish this? This was too astonishing. Immediately, a strong urge rose up in her to capture Ling Han, and snatch these 2 source powers of heaven and earth so she could hand them over to Hu Niu to refine. When this thought rose up in her mind, it could no longer be withdrawn. This brat's name is Ling Han, the eternal prosperity celestial king declared with a smile. Immediately, Lu Hairong's mouth gaped, and she did not know what she could say in this instant. Was this Ling Han the Ling Han that Hu Niu was looking for? This was too much of a coincidence, wasn't it? Hu Niu was certain that Ling Han had not died. If this young man was really that Ling Han, then it was understandable that he had managed to dodge the aftermath of the attack from an ascending origin tier. Even for source powers he had 2, so how could it be that he did not have other precious treasures on him? Too bad. If that was the case, these 2 source powers could not be transferred to Hu Niu then? A figure shot over. This was a gray-haired old geezer. His hair was sparse, his figure stooped, and his face was covered with wrinkles. It looked like he was about to die from old age, his whole person exuding a strong air of decay. The old demon blood shadow. Brat, do you think that just because you have quietly run out, I will not be able to catch up to you? How naive. He revealed a cold smirk, yet did not discover the presence of 2 celestial kings at all. As long as a celestial king was unwilling to let others know of their presence, then whoever stood in front of them, it was the same. They would not be able to discover them at all. In terms of grasp of great Tao, celestial kings had exceeded the ascending origin tier not by just a little bit. Brat, do you think that I can't find you? The old demon blood shadow mumbled to himself. Previously he had been waiting all along outside Alchemy City. Then he discovered that Ling Han had become a new holy son of Alchemy City. To be honest, when he heard of this news, the expression on his face was incredibly colorful. He told this brat to become Lu Xinming's follower, and assist him in being promoted. Then he could take advantage of the opportunity to steal the natural peach seal, but this brat actually became a holy son himself. This. The old demon blood shadow was extremely dumbfounded. This brat actually knew alchemy as well, and it seemed like his accomplishments in this field were not low either. Otherwise, how could he possibly be chosen as a holy son by Alchemy City? He immediately recalled how he had discovered something strange about Ling Han previously. It was highly possible that he was hiding some kind of treasure, but at the time his only consideration was the natural peach seal. Otherwise, if he could not break through to the next cultivation level, then even if he had a lot of treasures, they would all be wasted. In any case he would kill Ling Han afterwards, so by then whatever treasure there was, would all belong to him. Yet now a feeling of regret rose up in him. He had a feeling that he seemed to have made a mistake. Afterwards, when Ling Han was promoted and became the future chairperson of Alchemy City, the old demon Blood Shadow was directly stunned silly. Something like that was possible? I told you to become someone's subordinate and help him get promoted, yet you yourself sit in that position. Impressive. For this kind of change in plans, even if others could think of it, how could they possibly accomplish it? After the old demon Blood Shadow was stunned, the only remaining feeling he had left was naturally great elation. Now he would have a reliable source for the natural peach seal. Furthermore, the treasure that Ling Han possessed would also belong to him soon after. But he waited, and still Ling Han did not come out to meet him, causing this old bastard to become more and more anxious. In the end he could bear it no longer and snuck into the city. However, he was soon discovered and a great battle ensued. Injured, he fled. But he had still caught a few people and directly plucked out their souls. He discovered that Ling Han had already left Alchemy City, setting out to meet Xianlu at the appointed time. Hence he immediately rushed over. Though the Eternal Prosperity Celestial King's name was famed for his military prowess, he thought that as long as he did not trifle with this Celestial King, and only kidnapped a minor cultivator and alchemist, there was definitely no way that he could possibly alert the Eternal Prosperity Celestial King. How could it be that this Celestial King knew Ling Han? There was absolutely no way. Jianghu Peak was a place he could not ascend. This was where a Celestial King had achieved Dao, and now the Eternal Prosperity Celestial King only allowed juniors of the severing mundane tier to contest for this kind of great fortune. It was impossible that anyone else could break through his barrier. Unless their strength was superior to his. But if their strength was superior to his, what need would they have for this kind of great fortune? Lightning flickered, and a broad-shouldered man also appeared quietly. Bai Yao. He had returned to the Thundercloud Palace and reported Ling Han's situation. Then he had found some excuse and came out all by himself again. Naturally, it was because of Ling Han. Coming from a Celestial King tier force, his insight was naturally much better than the old demon Blood Shadow's. He was sure that the treasure that Ling Han possessed was priceless. It was very possible that it was a source power of heaven and earth or the precious treasure of a Celestial King. Thus, he had come alone so that he could snatch this kind of treasure for himself. Who knew the trigger for him to become a Celestial King himself could be found from Ling Han. The place of achieving Dao of a Celestial King. He looked up at Jianghu Peak, revealing an expression of reverence. The Eternal Prosperity Celestial King was high and noble, and had survived thousands of tribulations. Compared to him, the Thundercloud Celestial King was as insignificant as an ant, not even being worthy of picking up his shoes. Even he dared to imagine reaching such heights himself only in his dreams. This was very normal. His extravagant hope for himself was only to break through to the Celestial King tier himself. When he had been a holy son, he was filled with confidence, thinking that he was definitely capable of succeeding, but as his cultivation level increased, he gradually realized that the height of this difficulty level was like ascending to the heavens. The Celestial King tier was too hard to attain. A great many holy sons and holy daughters had come from the Thundercloud Palace in these billions and billions of years, but how many of them had become a Celestial King? 0. There was no shortage of prodigies even more excellent than him among them, but everyone had failed, so on what basis would he manage to succeed? Whether I can become a Celestial King or not will depend on this. Chapter 1919, The Fifth Severance. In the mountains, Ling Han and the Empress were very far from each other as they prepared to greet the coming of the heavenly tribulation. Thankfully, the natural peach seals had taken effect, and concealed their destiny so that the violence of the heavenly tribulation suddenly declined to a weaker level. Though it had still far surpassed the heavenly tribulation for a normal fourth severance, and was in fact close to the heavenly tribulation for the dividing soul tier, this was already within the capacity of tolerance for the both of them. Though neither Ling Han nor the Empress were officially at the fifth severance, their strength was already close to Yang soul tier. Crack. A sudden clap of thunder rang out, and hundreds of thousands meters long thunderbolts crashed down as if they intended to rip apart the heaven and earth itself. Ling Han faced this calmly. Using the indestructible heaven scroll, he shattered his godly bones to accept being tempered by the heavenly tribulation. This had already become something that he would definitely do every time he endured a heavenly tribulation. The Empress was not as much of a maniac as he was. She only formed 9 doppelgangers, each and every one of them extremely graceful and exquisitely beautiful. with a wave of her delicate hand, they faced the most frightening and mightiest force in this world. Boom. 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 Ling Han was calm and carefree. His strength lay in his strong physique. Even if it was a young soul heavenly tribulation he was faced with now, with his present physique, he would only experience a few scrapes at most. If he had not taken the initiative to shatter his own godly bones, he would have been completely capable of lying down and enduring the heavenly tribulation without the slightest issue. The Empress also did not have a very hard time. There were 10 of her to share the pressure. Though she did not have as easy a time as Ling Han, she did not look strained either. This was the benefit of the natural peach seal, which was capable of fooling heaven and earth. Ling Han couldn't help but think that if there were enough natural peach seals, the number of elites in this world would definitely increase a few times over. This was not an exaggeration. Probably half among 100 people that endured the heavenly tribulation would die, and about half of those that survived would possibly suffer serious injury, and would not be able to advance to a higher cultivation level in their lifetime. At most, only about a quarter could possibly survive the heavenly tribulation. "You're overthinking things," Small Tower piped up, its tone filled with pride. "I don't think I asked for your opinion." Ling Han gritted his teeth. This Small Tower always liked to pour cold water on him. Just what good did doing that have for it? Small Tower ignored him and continued, "The first use of the natural peach seal has the best effects, but just like continuously taking alchemical pills, the effects would weaken with each consequent use. Do you really think that heaven and earth can be deceived?" Ling Han gave an "oh, so that was the case." Even in great sects, the natural peach seal is only used for the heavenly tribulation of the fifth severance. If one had to use the natural peach seal in other heavenly tribulations, then this person would really be too weak. This would practically be a waste. Small Tower declared with contempt. Though the natural peach seal is formed from a source power of heaven and earth, and is capable of assimilating a cultivator to a certain extent so that heaven and earth would consider him as a part of it, and the might of the heavenly tribulation would naturally decrease sharply, it can succeed once, but not continuously. If one continued to use the natural peach seal all the time, he would ultimately be seen through by heaven and earth. Then all the might of heavenly tribulation from before would be compounded, and furthermore, it would increase more than 10 times over. How could one possibly survive that? Ling Han was struck speechless and complained uncontrollably. He was only sighing a bit, feeling slightly rueful. Why had Small Tower spouted a whole bunch? Is it really appropriate for you to inject me with so much useless information? I have a feeling that after you advance into the fifth severance, the Black Tower will change greatly. Small Tower's tone suddenly changed, though it had always maintained the kind of tone that could drive one to die with fury. This time Ling Han could feel that there was a slight feeling of anticipation in its tone. Coming from a tool spirit, this was a little inconceivable. Both Ling Han and Small Tower had deliberately avoided the name Tower of Three Realms, and would not speak of it even while communicating through divine sense. Ling Han faltered for a moment and then asked, "Strange, I haven't advanced into a new cultivation level, so why would there suddenly be change? And a great change at that. The fifth severance, severing the heaven and earth, becoming your sole existence. You yourself are the heaven and earth, and you yourself are the universe." Small Tower said slowly. This time its tone had returned to normal. Even a great many celestial kings were not able to attain the fifth severance. This is the true first step of advancing into the territory of supremacy. If you couldn't attain the fifth severance, I would leave you when you advanced into the dividing soul tier. That is because you would not be able to bear the mission that I have been bestowed with. This time, Small Tower was very direct with its words and did not act secretive. All of a sudden Ling Han did not know what he felt. Being with Small Tower for so many years, he was already accustomed to its existence. To suddenly hear that Small Tower would resolutely leave him, his feelings were complex. Clearly, Small Tower had not truly accepted him as its master in truth. Small Tower had never recognized him as its master. From beginning to end, Small Tower had been constantly carrying out the will of the previous owner of the Black Tower, the owner of the Black Tower, and that was nurturing him. Its motive was very possibly to ensure that he was capable of dealing with a great danger that would come in the future. Even when it came to the right to know what it was, he could only gain it after advancing into the Celestial King tier. If you were incapable, then another would replace you. Perhaps the fact that the Black Tower had appeared in the lower realm was because the Black Tower had abandoned the previous choice. "Don't let your imagination run wild," Small Tower said. From beginning to end, you have been the only heir of the Black Tower. With you comforting me like this, I will only feel that you are doing it for show," Ling Han said with a laugh. He had already recovered. Whatever the case, the Black Tower had helped him countless times on his path of growth. It could be said that without the Black Tower he might have attained massive achievements on the path of alchemy, but in cultivation he would only be average or even less than that. That was because he had not strengthened his foundations at all, and there had been absolutely no possibility that he could advance to a very high level. Perhaps he would have already been refined by the 5 sects into a realm pill, and long since ceased to exist. Then just let me anticipate the great change of the Black Tower. Ling Han restructured his godly bones. Though the heavenly tribulation had not passed yet, the tempering of his godly bones was already complete. His eyes shone extraordinarily bright, his right hand raised high. He was going to deliver the 5th severance now. Shua, his right hand descended. It was obviously just a strike at empty air, but when this slash fell, a strange light appeared, and then lit up the whole heaven and earth. A roar of fury rang out through the skies and the earth, and it could not be discerned whether it came from human or beast, yet it caused one's heart and spirit to tremble. Clang, when the next bolt of lightning descended, its might had clearly increased considerably. It took the form of a divine spear, intending to erase Ling Han forcefully. Under the 5th severance, even the natural peach seal could no longer fully conceal Ling Han's existence, and he drew a strong backlash from the Heavenly Dao. Ling Han had a strange feeling. It was as if he had leaped out of the bounds of this heaven and earth. In the past, he was assimilated within, as if he was just a drop of water in a mighty ocean. He was one of them, but now he had become a fish. Though he was still unable to leave this ocean behind, he could occasionally leap out of the water, and look at this world from a different angle. Heavenly Dao was already far from him, but it seemed as if he could grasp it easier even now. An enlightenment rose up in Ling Han. It was no wonder that a 5th severance would definitely become a celestial king, so that was the case. A light exuded from within his body. It was very gentle but also very overbearing. This was not celestial light, but blazed even brighter than celestial light. This was something that belonged solely to him. Light of Tao. Severed from the heaven and earth, he was his own individual existence. He was a drop of water in a huge ocean, yet could leap out of this great ocean. When he was strong enough, he himself could become an ocean. Boom! All of a sudden, a strong wave rippled out in his body. The weak light of Tao previously was immediately concealed, replaced by a strong brilliance. Time. Space. Slaughter. 3 types of supreme regulations rang out loudly in Ling Han's body at the same time, but none could be grasped. The remaining 3 floors of the Black Tower unlocked simultaneously. Chapter 1920, 3 floors of the tower unlocked simultaneously. Ling Han had not expected at all that the great change that small tower spoke of would actually be so great either. 3 floors of the tower would open simultaneously. 1. The Tower of 3 Realms was floating in his dantian, all 9 floors of the tower shining at the same time, exuding a supreme air that could suppress the heavens and traverse all ages. The eternal prosperity celestial king frowned slightly. Just moments ago he actually detected a supreme aura, which had far surpassed his cultivation level. 9th Heaven Celestial King. Perhaps even stronger than that. Impossible. His face was filled with shock and he felt that this was inconceivable. It seemed like all kinds of bizarre and weird occurrences were happening all at the same time. Meanwhile, Lu Hairong's limbs trembled slightly. She had had contact with this kind of aura before. Was it that lord? In the mountains, Ling Han had no time to see how the Black Tower had changed. He raised his fist skywards, greeting the heavenly tribulation that had become even more violent. In truth, he could have delivered this severance a while later. Then, even if the heaven and earth raged in fury, only one divine bolt of lightning would descend at most. In fact, it could be directly avoided. Yet Ling Han wanted to try it out to see exactly just how frightening this heavenly tribulation could be. He was going to set foot on the pinnacle of cultivation, and had to surpass all other prodigies. Thus, he would have to defeat some opponents that other prodigies thought could not possibly be defeated. Moreover, he still had the natural peach seal to suppress it somewhat. If he still couldn't endure this kind of heavenly tribulation, he would really be too weak. He confronted the heavenly tribulation. In only a single clash he felt that his arm was slightly numbed. This caused him to feel slight shock. It should be known that his physique was very strong, and even Soul elites would find it very difficult to injure him. Yet now his arm was already numb from a single strike. However, this was invigorating. A frightening power surged in Ling Han's body. This was a mysterious change that had taken place in his dantian after he had successfully opened the sky. No longer did he have to absorb spiritual chi from the heaven and earth and convert it into his origin power. He himself had become a universe of his own. In the past he had formed millions of stars, but those were just mere symbols and could only be used to store origin power. It was a different case now. These stars had turned into genuine, real stars, endless power feeding back into him. It was no wonder that the fifth severance was so strong, being capable of matching Yang Soul elites. This was a completely new cultivation level. His power could shatter the heavens. Ling Han released a battle cry and battled fiercely with the lightning. He sent out a barrage of punches, and the source power that was formed from the nine heavens flame and Shenin source water was wrapped around his fists, forming multiple seals of great Tao, and they were also strengthening in this process. Source powers of heaven and earth were destined to be capable of reaching celestial king tier, but it was not determined whether it would be first heaven, second heaven, or eighth heaven, ninth heaven. Thus, Ling Han wanted to endlessly temper them. On the other side, the Empress's heavenly tribulation was also nearing its end. She did what she could and did not deliver the fifth severance too early. Instead, she waited until after the final divine bolt of lightning had landed to finally deliver the fifth severance. In this manner, though the heaven and earth were still raging in fury, nothing could be done to her. Since both of them were experiencing the heavenly tribulation at the same time, with the conclusion of the Empress's heavenly tribulation, Ling Han's naturally ended as well. The two expanses of tribulation clouds seemed to disperse at practically the same time too. Ling Han and the Empress exchanged a look, both revealing a smile of satisfaction. The fifth severance. From this moment onwards, they had finally advanced into the ranks of top-tier prodigies, no longer allowing Xianlu, Shan Jitong and others to simply shine ahead of them. Brat, don't be too proud. Even in the fifth severance, there is similarly a difference in strength, Small Tower warned. Ling Han nodded. Just take Xianlu, Shan Jitong and Lao Song as examples. It was clearly Xianlu that was the strongest of the three, and perhaps he was not just a little bit stronger than the other two. Shan Jitong and Lao Song would have to join forces to be able to match him. Becoming a fifth severance was only taking a step over the doorstep. However far they could go would still have to depend on their efforts. It was not something that could be done once and for all. Cultivation always meant going against the flow. If one did not improve, that would mean that he was falling back. What about the Black Tower? With 3 floors unlocking at the same time, what changes have taken place? Ling Han asked. You can use time acceleration effects, Small Tower said. The effect of catalyzing the growth of celestial medicine has improved to 100 times, and if it is limited to just a small area, it can reach 1,000 times. Ling Han was initially surprised, which was followed by his great joy, and he said, which also means that if I concoct alchemical pills inside the Black Tower, the speed can be accelerated 1,000-fold. That's right. Small Tower nodded. Ling Han couldn't help but break into a smile. If it was comprehension, it was the reincarnation tree that was still better. However, that was only mental and spiritual acceleration. If the physical body was factored in, it would definitely be the acceleration effects of the Black Tower that were more amazing. Additionally, you can also comprehend the regulation of time, regulation of slaughter, and regulations of space, Small Tower continued. This was too awesome. This time, the might of the Tower of 3 Realms was fully unlocked. In addition, you can also draw on the power of the Black Tower to a certain extent, and release the power of time, space, and slaughter. Just study this slowly on your own, Small Tower said. All right. Now then, don't bother me. I, too, have to improve myself to adjust to these new abilities. This proud tower, it was clearly the one grumbling here, yet actually turned around to say that it was Ling Han's fault. However, it was fine that he was aware of it. He did not have to concern himself with it. Ling Han smilingly said to the Empress, let's go. Though they had spent 10 days' time, it was not definite that they were unable to contest for first place. That was because they had not reached the summit even after traveling for 10 months, which showed how tall this peak was. Wasting 10 days would indeed have some effect, but it should not be too serious. For example, not one person had caught up to them even now, and that was clear proof. Of course, it was also possible that the others had not taken this path. This was not the only path that could reach the peak's summit. The two of them walked together hand in hand. Wisps of clouds lingered, and immediately new memory manifestations of the Celestial King appeared, but this time they were young soul and level. As expected, the heaven and earth had resonated, and would make adjustments according to every individual's differing cultivation level. Thus, a higher cultivation level did not have much advantage either. Instead, it was one's strength in a battle of equals that determined the speed of one's advancement. Come. Ling Han laughed loudly. He had just been thinking of trying out the Black Tower's new ability. He could finally use the Black Tower to a limited extent. This made him feel very curious just what kind of level he could reach. The Tower of Three Realms was a precious tool that was at least 9th Heaven Celestial King tier in level. If it could unleash its full might, it was capable of matching a Celestial King even now, so what about using it to a limited extent? Ling Han clashed with a manifestation. He merely parried and did not counter so he would not destroy the latter in a moment of carelessness. Then he communicated with the Black Tower on how to use the mysterious powers of time, space, and slaughter. With his comprehension ability, and added with the fact that the Black Tower was in his body in the first place, he very soon showed an expression of understanding. He pressed down a hand on a manifestation. Take in. That manifestation's body immediately shone all over, multiple seals of great Tao appearing on it, but there was no particular change. It cannot be taken in? Ling Han was shocked. He had wanted to take this manifestation directly into the Black Tower, yet he had failed. Then let's switch. He smiled and then pressed down his palm again. Cut. Shwa shwa shwa. Countless blades of wind sliced out, slashing out at that manifestation. Every blade of wind was only a foot long, yet seals of great Tao were flickering in them, stimulating the power of the heaven and earth, and boosting it to a terrifying extent. Wherever the blades of wind swept past, the manifestations would immediately be shredded into pieces. And they were dealt with just like that. Chapter 1921, Great Fortune Appears. Definitely. Ling Han himself could deal with this manifestation, but it definitely would not have been so easy. The Tower of Three Realms as expected of a precious treasure. This was only using it to a limited extent, and it was further restricted by his cultivation level, and its might was already so frightening, so how much more could it be in the future? However, why hadn't he been able to take the manifestation into the tower just now? Ling Han thought for a moment, and then a sliver of realization dawned on him. After he took it into the Black Tower, it really would fall completely within his sphere of control. Then, that definitely would require the might released from the Black Tower to be able to crush his opponent a considerable number of times for him to be able to take it in. Of course, the Black Tower was stronger than the manifestation, but the might that could be released from it now was still unable to attain as much as a good few times. The Empress managed to destroy the manifestation after some effort. Firstly, her battle prowess was weaker than Ling Han's. Secondly, she had not used the power of her divine fetus. And thirdly, she did not have the Black Tower. Thus, her speed was slightly slower than his. Consequently, another opponent appeared. Time lapse. Ling Han used the regulations of time. As he delivered a palm strike, that manifestation dispersed directly. It was not shattered by the force of his blow, but rather the continuous acceleration of time that was developed through his palm strike that had directly accelerated its time to the point of dying of old age and dispersing. Of course, if his opponent was a normal person, the effects would not be as strong. That was because Celestials had an unlimited lifespan. So what if time was accelerated and they aged? The only thing that would be affected was their attack. But these manifestations were different. They were formed from the power of heaven and earth, and it was absolutely impossible that they could exist for too long. Thus, under the time acceleration effects, they crumbled rapidly. Next, Ling Han used the regulation of slaughter. As his sword swept past, a murderous aura sword, instantly ripping these manifestations into pieces. 3 powers of regulation possessed astonishing might. After trying them all out, Ling Han was aware of the situation, and he did not waste any further time. Whenever he saw a manifestation, he would move directly, sweeping through his whole way. His speed was greatly increased from before. Previously, he and the Empress were only Emperor tiers. Though the strength of the manifestations was also considerably weaker, the ability of a monarch tier to crush his opponents was completely different from an emperor tier. Ling Han focused on the offensive, and the empress practically did not need to make any more moves. The speed of the two of them instantly boomed as they headed towards the summit. In the blink of an eye, another several days had passed. Xianlu's ambitions soared. The summit was already close at hand, and he could be certain that this great fortune of heaven and earth had not yet been attained by anyone. Indeed, he was the one who was destined to become king. An ultimate prodigy. He strode forwards. The wisps of clouds dispersed, and he could see a huge stone ahead of him. It was about 3 meters in diameter and had a smooth surface. He could see multiple seals flickering on it as if they had a life of their own, and were slightly excited. This was the giant stone that the eternal prosperity celestial king had sat on. An epoch had passed, and not only had the marks of great Tao not been erased, with the boost from heaven and earth, a unique change had taken place. It was definitely not the case that the heaven and earth would resonate when a celestial king achieved Tao. Only a supreme great elite like the eternal prosperity celestial king was capable of accomplishing this. What Xianlu now had to do was to sit on that giant stone. When a celestial king achieved Tao, the heaven and earth would shine, and a sliver of celestial source from the celestial king would be left behind, but after the development through an epoch, this source power had become a supremely rare treasure, and could improve a cultivator in all areas. Actually, this was similar to the immortal flame that was formed from the death of the heavenly fire celestial king. However, the heavenly fire celestial king was even more resolute. He had refined even himself, unlike the eternal prosperity celestial king, who had only left behind a sliver of benefit. Hence, this was far from possibly comparing to the flame core of the heavenly fire celestial king, but being boosted by the heaven and earth for an epoch, it was still a precious treasure among precious treasures. Closer now. Even Xianlu showed an expression of excitement. As long as he sat on that stone, the accumulation from the heaven and earth throughout an epoch would surge into his body, bestowing upon him an endless fortune. It was highly possible that he would be able to catch up to those few nature-defying freaks. Involuntarily, his footsteps quickened slightly. That was because of the excitement he was feeling. It was like the stone had a life of its own. That was because there were enough prodigies here and their battles were intense enough, and that had drawn a resonance from the heaven and earth, inciting a response from the celestial king achieving Tao stone, and forming some kind of unique change. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. His footsteps became more and more hurried, and there was only a very short distance left between him and that celestial stone. All of a sudden, a strong feeling of warning rose up in his heart. Abruptly, he raised his hand, and a white seal of light shot from the palm of his hand. Then it enlarged and a divine tortoise the color of earth appeared. Puh! An attack shot over, landed on the light seal, and even space itself suddenly trembled, as if a rip was about to be torn into space. Shan Jitong. Xianlu stated calmly, not even turning his head. Are you regretting now? Feeling that you should not have invited me? Shan Jitong walked over from a distance, his expression calm as if he was just taking a leisurely stroll. Xianlu smiled faintly, yet did not even look at Shan Jitong. Instead, his eyes were set on one corner and he said, Brother Lao still not coming out? Just how long do you plan on hiding? Immediately Shan Jitong's expression changed. That was because he had completely not discovered that Lao Song was standing by in secret. If he had had an intense battle with Xianlu just now, it was highly possible that Lao Song would have used the opening to snatch the great fortune. And this was the problem. He had not discovered Lao Song but Xianlu had. At least in detection abilities, the gap between the two of them was really quite wide. Of course, it was also possible that Xianlu was just putting on a pretense of mystery, wanting to disturb his Tao heart. Brother Yen indeed has sharp eyes and ears. I am confident that I can fool even dividing soul tears with this serpent breath celestial technique of mine, yet Brother Yen has seen through it with a single glance. Amidst soft laughter, Lao Song walked out. The originally ugly expression on Shan Jitong's face involuntarily became even darker. As expected, Xianlu's senses were superior to his. Xianlu smiled faintly and said, It was not that I had discovered Brother Lao's presence. I had merely recalled that since Brother Shan was here, Brother Lao would probably be close by as well. Fuck, he had actually been pulling a bluff on them? Shan Jitong immediately felt as if he was about to throw up blood. He had not thought that a prodigy the likes of Xianlu would actually pull off a deception too. What if Lao Song really hadn't been here? Then wouldn't it have been extremely embarrassing? Lao Song's initially smiling expression involuntarily became very awkward. He set his eyes on Xianlu and suddenly broke into a smile. There was actually a strong feeling of allure emanating from him as he said, "As expected of Brother Yen, both your wisdom and strength are top tier in this world." Xianlu only smiled in response. Only he himself knew that he had indeed sensed Lao Song's presence. That was because he had a celestial Dao physique, which was compatible with great Dao. How could he possibly be unable to sense that there was another person that appeared in his vicinity? There was no need to say that, though. There were some abilities that only he needed to be aware of. The great fortune is just ahead, to be attained by the strongest, he declared, the aura of his entire person suddenly changing. Initially he was like an ultimate sword, but it was sheathed, revealing nothing of its sharpness. But now the divine sword was unsheathed, exuding a world-shaking brilliance. "The two of you attacked together then," he said to Shan Jitong and Lao Song, his tone calm as if he had said something that could not be more ordinary. Chapter 1922, A True Monarch Tier. "Xianlu, you are too arrogant." Shan Jitong revealed an expression of anger. Though Xianlu indeed had a well-known reputation, and was known as the strongest in the severing mundane tier, they were all monarch tiers here, so how could the gap possibly be so wide that two people would have to join forces to be able to match him? He was arrogant to the point of ignorance. Xianlu stood with his hands crossed behind his back, calmly asking, "Whether it is arrogance or not, won't you find out once you make your move?" "Brother Yen, what boldness!" Lao Song said smilingly, his smile very alluring. Merely in terms of appearance, this face really made it seem like he was actually a woman in disguise. He raised a hand, his little finger slightly raised. "However, Brother Yen, you should never seek to be embarrassed." Shan Jitong, on the other hand, did not object now. His reputation no longer needed to be strengthened through victories in battles. Thus, even if he did join forces with Lao Song against Xianlu, so what? Who would dare doubt his worth as a prodigy? He was only teaching a person with overwhelmingly soaring confidence a lesson. Then Xianlu come. Shan Jitong was the first to move. Xiao, he turned into a streak of shadowy light, and appeared in front of Xianlu with a flash. Then he shot out a punch. Though this was only a punch, it had raised the great aura of the heaven and earth. It was as if this fist the only remaining existence in the whole heaven and earth as it moved to suppress Xianlu. Lao Song moved as well. Pushing out an arm, he turned it into a silver snake. It clearly bore fangs, yet did not make anyone feel that it looked twisted and ugly. Instead, it exuded a sacred might. The silver snake moved, yet took the lead even while starting slower, moving to wrap around Xianlu. The silver snake coiled around Xianlu's body, and suddenly constricted around him, wanting to forcibly squeeze him into pieces. "Brother Yen, you have underestimated your opponent too much." Lao Song's alluring gaze flickered with fury. That was because Xianlu had not countered at all, and allowed the silver snake to constrict around his body, showing a strong contempt for his opponent. Xianlu only smiled faintly, and when Shan Jitong's fist blasted over, he finally stretched out a hand calmly. He freed himself from the snake and greeted the blow with a punch of his own. Boom! A shock wave rippled out, surging out in all directions. Then it was followed by another and yet another. At least about 100 shock waves spread out in all directions in the form of blazing light, presenting a majestic sight. Both Shan Jitong and Lao Song were astounded. Shan Jitong was stunned. A careless punch from Xianlu had parried his own attack, and furthermore he was at a slight disadvantage at that. He had been sent flying. While he did not suffer any injury, the inferiority of his battle prowess could not be any more obvious. As for Lao Song, he was well aware of how frightening it was to have the silver snake wrapped around one's body, but Xianlu had easily struggled free just now, as if that was not an image of the source snake, but merely a piece of rope that had not been tied too tightly. However, their expressions became considerably more livid. That was because Xianlu was facing both of them at the same time. In a battle of 2 against 1 he was still relaxed and carefree. In fact, he had the upper hand even. How could they be able to accept that? They were monarch tiers. Monarch tiers overlooked the 9 heavens, looking down on the mortal world, high and noble, so how could they lose? "The two of you should go out and take a look," Xianlu stated calmly. "With how big the world is, there are as many prodigies as clouds. The two of you are overly subjective, and disregard the outside world. Do you think that you are invincible among your peers now that you have become monarch tiers? There are also differences in strength among monarch tiers. When he said the last words, his radiance shone brilliantly. That drive and that divine might could not be concealed. Xianlu, king of the celestial path, was the true monarch. Both Shan Jitong and Lao Song were captivated. Though they had only exchanged blows once, though they still had world-shaking ultimate moves that they had yet to use, when one had reached the heights that they had, it was apparent who was stronger the moment they clashed. Xianlu was indeed the strongest in the younger generation of the Eastern Celestial Realm. To say nothing of strength, just this domineering demeanor was nothing that they could compare with, making them actually feel an urge of wanting to serve him, and follow him as he conquered the world. They were shocked. As high and noble monarch tiers, how could they possibly want to follow another? But this kind of urge could not be suppressed no matter how hard they tried. Ling Han. Ling Han. Right at this moment, a voice rang out from below them. Though it was very rushed, there was an indescribably pleasant ring to it. Xianlu was surprised. He naturally knew who Ling Han was, but who was this woman? There was great Tao as a barrier here, and he could not use his vision to its fullest. He could only see a vague figure. However, this figure immediately became clearer. Suddenly, an astonishingly beautiful young girl fell into his range of sight. She was truly beautiful and also pure and delicate. How could there be such a beautiful, such a pure woman? Even with Xianlu's Tao heart, he still trembled slightly. Then he immediately regained his wits. Before reaching 9th Heaven Celestial King tier, he would not consider any matters outside of cultivation. This woman. He had definitely not invited her. Though there were many that had come this time, all of them had been carefully selected by Xianlu. There was definitely none that could masquerade and mix in with those he had invited. With his memory, he naturally remembered clearly whom he had invited and what they looked like. Moreover, he had not seen this young girl at the foot of the mountain either. What superb speed! He was immediately stunned. The young girl had definitely set off later than them, yet actually arrived just a little bit later than them. The strength was truly impressive. Strange, how could he possibly be unaware that such a prodigy had emerged? Both Shan Jitong and Lao Song also bore the same thoughts. To be capable of arriving just a bit later than them, this strength was truly astonishing. And while the Eastern Celestial Realm was shockingly colossal, and it was impossible for them to travel all over the Eastern Celestial Realm, knowing each and every prodigy, there should only be those few that really had truly outstanding talent. Fuck. Xianlu and the others had not finished their thoughts when an expression of powerful shock appeared on their faces. That was because the young girl had not come alone, but had rather brought an army with her. An army made up of the memory manifestations of a celestial king. An army, what kind of concept was this? Only when the number had reached a certain extent could it be called an army, and behind the young girl the number of manifestations was at least in the hundreds. They were surging forward like wild horses, wave after wave surging over. From a few hundred it became a few thousand, and then over 10,000. Heavens! Even a supreme prodigy like Xianlu almost exclaimed in shock. Just who was this young girl to have actually incited the appearance of so many manifestations? More importantly, she actually still managed to be in the lead and was not harmed by them at all. Otherwise, she would have long since been intercepted and submerged by these manifestations. The art of fleeing was truly impressive, and furthermore she was an overwhelmingly bold person too. She actually dared draw out so many manifestations? Wasn't she afraid that she would suffer a setback? Wisps of clouds drifted ahead, turning into a human figure, which then shot out towards the young girl. However, it had just rushed forwards when the young girl shot out a punch followed by a kick, and it was sent flying. This very strong. Xianlu and the others bore grim expressions. To be able to bring such a large troop of manifestations and barge through would only mean that this young girl's speed was high enough, but that punch previously only showed strength. A simple punch, plain and unadorned, yet it was a return to the basics, concentrating and instilling great Tao in her fist. Chapter 1923, Accidental Injury. Though Xianlu was very wary of the young girl's strength, in the face of a supreme fortune, how could he stand aside? Miss, who are you? Xianlu was the first to move. From the very beginning, he had not planned to allow anyone else to have the great fortune granted by the Celestial King. This was meant to be his, and the only reason why he had widely invited the prodigies in the world was just to stimulate a resonance from the heaven and earth of this place. Of course, it was also for an important matter that he was currently plotting. This time Xianlu no longer stayed on the defense. With him actively moving to attack, his battle prowess became even stronger. All the strands of his black hair actually became gradually transparent, turning into streaks of aura of great Tao, his whole person becoming incredibly ethereal. He had a celestial Tao physique. Both Shan Jitong and Lao Song paled in shock. They already knew how strong Xianlu was. In fact, it was highly possible that even with the two of them working together, they were still no match for him. However, after he actively drew on the power of his divine fetus, only then did they realize just how wide the gap was between him and them. So it turned out that this was Xianlu's true strength. Their Tao hearts suffered a blow, but they immediately recovered their confidence. No matter how strong his power of divine fetus was, it only allowed Xianlu to have an advantage before the Celestial King tier, but once he became a Celestial King, all regulations would be equal, and it would depend on who had a stronger grasp of regulations and used their regulations better. Clearly, without a unique opportunity, it would be very difficult for them to catch up to Xianlu in terms of battle prowess before the Celestial King tier, but it should be known that the Celestial King tier was the true starting line for monarch tiers like them. So what if you could smile for now? What was most important was the person who could laugh last. It was not like there were no such cases in this world. Some prodigy would shine for a moment, invincible among his peers from the severing mundane tier all the way to the ascending origin tier, but after becoming a Celestial King, he was stagnant on first heaven, not even managing to advance into second heaven. For such a Celestial King, no matter how awesome his battle prowess was in a battle of equals, would he be able to match a third heaven Celestial King? However, from the look of things now, Xianlu was definitely invincible. If there was anyone left in this world that could match him, it was really hard for them to imagine what they would be like, and to speak of surpassing Xianlu, that was even more impossible. This should be power that was truly invincible in the severing mundane tier. They had not even finished that thought when they saw the young girl had already rushed over like a primeval beast. Without dodging or evading, she just simply rampaged over. Then with a wave of the young girl's fist, Xianlu was sent flying. He flew. Even someone as strong as Xianlu was actually no match for her. The mouths of Shan Jitong and Lao Song gaped widely, big enough to fit an egg. Their faces bore expressions of utter shock. How could this be possible? No, it was not that there was really such a huge gap between Xianlu and the young girl, but rather that this young girl belonged to the power category, and in a head-on confrontation she was incomparably domineering and fierce. Even so, they could still tell how strong this young girl was. She was practically heaven-defying. And then the two of them felt gloomy. That was because the young girl did not even pause and rush towards them. Without the slightest bit of reservation, she treated them like foes she had to crush. Ping, ping, and it was another 2 punches. They hurriedly stretched out an arm to parry, but only felt the surging of a frightening force, as if the young girl was not a human being, but rather a most ancient source beast. When the force of her power surged past, they were involuntarily sent flying as well. Fuck, why did she beat them? What did they do? The young girl stormed over, and behind her was the terrifying army of manifestations. Their numbers were so high that even though Xianlu and the others had suffered a little, they dared not chase the young girl for revenge. If they wanted revenge, they would have to get through the army of manifestations first. Just ask who would dare fight so many enemies that were equal in cultivation level to them head-on. The Tao Achieving Stone of the Celestial King. Xianlu and the others all looked depressed. After so much difficulty they had finally made it here, yet their great opportunity was actually snatched away by a mysterious young girl. They felt great resentment. But when the young girl rushed over, she directly ignored that celestial stone. Instead, she continued to run forwards and arrived at the peak's summit. This was already the absolute summit, and there were only white hazy clouds and fog in the surrounding, not a single person or object in sight. What on earth is going on? Xianlu and the others were once again dumbfounded. What was going on with this young girl? You had already sent the 3 of them flying, yet completely ignored the celestial stone? Was this a mockery of them? Ling Han. The young girl cupped her hands at both sides of her mouth, calling out loudly at the top of the peak. This naturally was Hu Niu, but now that she had stopped, countless manifestations immediately caught up with her. Like thirsty horses drinking from a stream, they all pounced at her. Multiple figures flew forwards, instantly submerging her in their numbers. Xianlu and the others were repeatedly numbed with shock, rendered incoherent with their astonishment, and completely deranged. Was there something wrong with you? Though you were indeed very strong, and it was very possible that not even Xianlu was a match for you, but still, having so many manifestations attack you at once, even 10 Xianlu would probably be thrashed and devastated. How would you be able to block that? And you actually still stopped. They really didn't know what to say at this point. You managed to reach the 5th severance even with such intelligence or the lack thereof, and you were actually a top-tier monarch tier at that. This was practically dragging down their standards. Boom. Yet just at this moment, a streak of light shot out from within the ball formed by manifestations. Then, a second streak, a third streak, and in an instant, it had become millions and millions of streaks of light. An endless might reverberated. Pung, all the manifestations were sent flying, and were then reduced to dust by the streaks of light. Hu Niu reappeared. Clapping her hands, she appeared to be slightly displeased. Niu hasn't found Ling Han yet, and is currently unhappy, and you guys actually dare come to cause trouble? How despicable. Her eyes swept over the surroundings, ferocity flickering in her eyes. The look caused the hearts of Xianlu and the others to jolt. They felt an urge to dodge. But how could a monarch tier lose his fighting spirit? All three of them were unafraid and engaged in a staring contest with Hu Niu. Hu Niu was furious and demanded, "You guys looking at Niu like this, are you asking for a fight?" Instantly Xianlu and the others were speechless. You were the one glaring at us, all right? How can you say that now? However, what was the technique that the young girl had used just now? She had actually destroyed all the manifestations in an instant. This was too ruthless, wasn't it? Even a Yang soul or even Yin soul elite could not possibly do that, right? Earth soul might barely be capable of it, and only a heaven soul could crush his opponents with a flip of his hand. This young girl was clearly only a 5th severance, yet possessed the battle prowess of a heaven soul. Impossible. They admitted that Hu Niu was very strong, but they definitely did not think that her battle prowess could be so high. It had to be that Hu Niu had used some kind of rare treasure. This seems like a valuable treasure. Hu Niu looked at the celestial stone on the ground, and her eyes immediately shone. Pa. She ran towards the celestial stone. Not bad, not bad. I can give this to Ling Han as a gift. Miss? Xianlu could not help but speak up. This does not belong to you yet. You people want to snatch Niu's belongings? Niu turned to look at the three of them, the violence in her eyes clear to see, as if she was a tigress that was protecting her food. Shan Jitong and Lao Song were definitely about to experience a mental breakdown because whatever others did, in the end they would definitely be treated the same by Hu Niu. Previously they had clearly not been blocking the way, yet they had still been sent flying with a punch. And now they clearly did not say anything, yet were still injured accidentally by Hu Niu. They were really too innocent. Chapter 1924. The Rock Shows Its Might. Miss, I wish to ask for some guidance from you. Xianlu's fighting spirit blazed as hot as fire. Hu Niu was indeed very strong and was in fact stronger than even him, but the path of a monarch tier meant that one would have to defeat opponents that could not possibly be defeated the entire way, and finally set foot on the absolute pinnacle. He knew that there was a gap between him and a few heaven-defying freaks. This celestial king achieving Dao Stone was his chance to make up for the gap between them. Thus, how could he possibly allow another to have it? You try to snatch Niu's stuff and still want to fight with Niu? When Hu Niu became unreasonable, she was also very brutal. She glared harshly at Xianlu and pointed at him. Niu wants to beat you up. She took the initiative to move. Boom, a pair of wings sprouted from her back. They were made up of seals of great Dao, exuding an ancient and noble air. Ancestor Rock. Shan Jitong and Lao Song exclaimed simultaneously. As it turned out, this young girl was the heir of the line of the Ancestor Rock. Amongst the ancestral sources, the Ancestor Rock definitely could be considered of the first ranking. It was no wonder the young girl's speed was so fast. Otherwise, if it had been any other 5th severance, she would have long since been caught up by these manifestations. Shua, as Hu Niu's wings flapped, she had already appeared in front of Xianlu and shot out a punch. There was no technique or reason about it. It was like saying, I am just going to beat you up with a single punch. Xianlu showed a sliver of anger. He was a top-tier prodigy, a divine fetus that was born on the celestial path, and it was suspected that he had been born from heaven and nurtured by earth. Within the same cultivation level, no one was allowed to insult him. He clearly knew that Hu Niu's power was fierce and domineering. It was better for him not to face her head-on in a confrontation, but with Hu Niu so simply and directly launching an offensive at him, if he did not dare take her on head-on, it would really be too embarrassing for him. He could lose, but his will could not. This was the pride that belonged to a monarch tier. Yet Hu Niu was completely unconcerned. When her fist fell, another seal of great Tao lit up, and it was only a single one too. Furthermore, it was not complete either, becoming the image of a giant fish. Though it was incomplete, this seal was too frightening. It was as if the heavens had collapsed, the earth itself was trembling, and even a strange scene had risen in the world due to the power of this seal. This was too terrifying, wasn't it? No, it's not the ancestor rock. Lao Song swallowed with much difficulty. The rock. Shan Jitong quipped at the same time, his eyes similarly widened. He was stunned beyond description. When the world was first created, the earliest batch of living beings had all become celestial king tier in level, and they were known as source beasts. Some source beasts had already died in the endless passage of time, while some had attained an even higher level. There were differences in strength even among source beasts. Ancestor Rock, that was one of the first ranking level, but above the first rank there was still another level, king tier. For example, Ancestor Dragon, Ancestor Phoenix, and the Rock were of king tier level. According to legends, there were as many as over 20 types of king tier source beasts, but there were only 10 races that could still appear now, and every single one of these races had world-shaking mighty figures. 9th Heaven Celestial King. There were 9 heavens in the Celestial King tier, and every single step forward was as difficult as ascending the heavens. In front a 9th Heaven Celestial King, even an 8th Heaven Celestial King was a junior. This kind of overwhelming superiority was like a dividing soul tier towards a severing mundane tier. Hence, even though Xianlu was the heir of an 8th Heaven Celestial King, compared to the other party, he paled in color. And the other two completely did not even have the right to compare to Hu Niu. They were merely heirs from 6th Heaven and 7th Heaven Celestial King, respectively, and a gulf who knew how vast existed between them. Hu Niu and Xianlu exchanged blows. This was a clash of great Tao and regulations. Two completely different kinds of great Tao and regulations vibrated, forming a frightening shock wave, and then Xianlu stepped back continuously. This time he had not been sent flying, but he was not any better either. He retreated all the way until about 300 meters before he finally managed to stop his retreat. The rock, if it was flying, it would be above the 9 heavens, incredibly agile, and if it was swimming, it would be overwhelmingly powerful without comparison. This was a source beast that contained both absolute power and speed. Otherwise, how could it possibly be ranked in the king tier? Extreme power. Xianlu stated closely. There was not the slightest despondency in his eyes, only an even higher fighting spirit. He had been sent into a retreat by the other party, but it was not truly because his battle prowess was no match for hers, but rather that the regulations that the other had cultivated represented the absolute apex of power. There were only a rare few source beasts that could contest with the rock in terms of force. The Ancestor Dragon was one, and then was there anything else? However, power was only just a portion of battle prowess. He had a celestial Tao physique and he would not lose. Again, he roared, completely unleashing his power of divine fetus. It was as if he had become an embodiment of great Tao. To clash in this heaven and earth, he had the absolute initiative. Because he practically was the Tao of heaven and earth. Whatever movements his opponent made could not be hidden from him, and he himself was more so able to immerse in great Tao, so how could you be able to wound him? Would you be able to damage the Tao of heaven and earth? You couldn't, then how could you deal him any damage? In the first place, Hu Niu's violent nature was hard to tame, and now, angered like this, she immediately pounced. She still threw out a simple punch and it was still an incomplete seal, yet it could suppress the heaven and earth and was practically invincible. Xianlu was instantly hit and sent flying like a shooting star. That was right. He had a celestial Tao physique, and when the power of his divine fetus activated, He was practically one and the same as the Tao of heaven and earth. The moment you moved he would know, and then he would be able to calmly dodge. In fact, because he was fused within great Tao, how could one be able to wound him? But Hu Niu's speed was too fast, so fast that it had exceeded Xianlu's reaction time. If you wanted to sense great Tao you would need time, right? When this message was sent over, only then would you be able to act accordingly. However, Hu Niu's speed had surpassed the time this message took to be sent. Thus, Xianlu had just sensed which angle Hu Niu was going to attack from, and he had already been hit solidly with a punch. There was absolutely no time for him to dodge or fuse within great Tao at all. The pinnacle level of speed. The reason why the rock could become a source beast of king tier level was because it did not just possess the pinnacle of one type of regulations. Too shoddy, so boring. Hu Niu clapped her hands. Then she looked towards Shan Jitong and Lao Song, her ferocious gaze appearing once more. Shan Jitong and Lao Song hurriedly shook their heads. Even Xianlu had been easily sent flying. They naturally were even less of a match. They had better not trifle with Hu Niu either. You guys are too weak, even more boring, Hu Niu said and walked towards the Celestial King achieving Dao Stone. Both Shan Jitong and Lao Song felt an urge to throw up blood. Though they were indeed a little weak, they were still monarch tiers here and they did have their pride. Hu Niu giggled as she walked to the side of the Celestial Stone. Stretching out both arms, she wrapped them around the stone, wanting to uproot it by force, and stow it away into her spatial god tool or something so she could present it to Ling Han as a gift. So strange, why did something make its way in? She was surprised. Oh no, why is the stone stuck on my hands? She cried out loudly, not having the slightest bit of reservedness that an exquisite beauty should have. She was still that little girl who was mischievous and liked to create trouble from years ago. She actually couldn't fling this stone away. Don't want it, I don't want it anymore, it really isn't anything good. Hu Niu tried earnestly to throw the celestial stone away, but this thing seemed to have taken root in her body. No matter how hard she tried, she could not throw it down. Seeing this scene, Xianlu and the others very much wanted to cry. If you don't want it, we do. But the celestial stone was already beginning to channel. A boundless source power of heaven and earth was entering into Hu Niu's body, improving her physique, and pushing it in a direction that was closer to great Tao. Hu Niu stopped the meaningless struggle, and allowed the celestial stone to take effect. Her expression was one of struggle, looking extremely disgusted. Fuck. Chapter 1925, Finally Meeting. The gloom in the hearts of Xianlu and the others really could not be described. But what could be done? The Celestial King achieving Dao Stone had already been taken by Hu Niu, and she had already used it. There couldn't possibly be a second person that could benefit from it. Where exactly had this little girl popped out of? Breathtakingly beautiful, yet she was also indescribably mischievous. It was very hard to imagine that an exquisite beauty actually had this kind of personality. The celestial stone shone brighter and brighter. In fact, it had even surpassed that sun in the skies that the eternal prosperity Celestial King had created, but when the brilliance had reached the extreme, it only lasted for 10 breaths before the celestial stone dimmed, and did not have the slightest sliver of light any longer, as if it was an ordinary rock. It was indeed an ordinary stone now. Years ago, the eternal prosperity Celestial King had left behind a sliver of source power, and boosted by the heaven and earth over an epoch, all the benefits had entered into Hu Niu's body. The stone dropped onto the ground like it was a normal stone. *T2I stone. *T2I stone. Hu Niu was furious, stomping on it with her foot repeatedly. That was how angry she was. To actually dare stick to her so much that she could not even fling it away. It was despicable. As she stomped, she slanted her head slightly as she mumbled to herself, "However, my physique seems to have improved a bit." Just improved a bit. Xianlu and the others were astounded. That was the Celestial King achieving Dao Stone, and it had been boosted by the heaven and earth for an epoch at that. It was even capable of turning a mortal into an immortal, and even for them, it had boundless benefits. But you actually only had a bit of improvement. If Hu Niu was not lying, that meant that her physique was close to reaching the pinnacle, and that was why the Celestial Stone practically did not have anything to improve on. But did Hu Niu look like the type that would tell a lie? Hence, Xianlu and the others were all transfixed with shock, and finally knew how Hu Niu was so strong. They were all at the 5th severance, and one with a stronger physique did indeed possess an incredible advantage, especially one with the bloodline of the rock. That was the strongest source beast in this world. And Niu will just wait for Ling Han here. Hu Niu found a large rock to sit on, and looked gentle and quiet, only delicate and beautiful, lacking any sliver of the mischievous nature she had shown. However, only an instant later she was kicking rocks in her boredom, no longer bearing the image of a gentle lady. When Hu Niu took the Celestial King achieving Dao Stone, a sudden disturbance appeared in the air on the mountain, and then it returned to a peaceful state. Though there was still tremendous pressure, the fog no longer took the form of manifestations. In this way, everyone's speed was greatly increased. "Looks like the fortune should have been taken by someone," Ling Han said. This was an instinctive feeling. The Empress nodded. That was what she thought too. However, for the two of them, breaking through to the fifth severance was their greatest fortune, and had surpassed all else. Though they still felt that it was a little bit of a pity now, their rewards had already far exceeded any regrets they might feel. "Who knows, it may be Hu Niu," Ling Han said smilingly. This girl was very energetic. Even if he and the Empress had entered into the Black Tower for comprehension, Hu Niu could still catch up to them. Then, it was not an impossible matter for her to be able to attain the first place. The two of them maintained an even speed, and were adjusting to the frightening power they had attained after their breakthrough. From the fourth severance to the fifth severance, this step was really too wide. Initially, they could quickly adjust through the battles with the manifestations, but while they battled, the manifestations had suddenly disappeared. Thus, they were still a little way away from fully adapting. Their speed was not fast, and those behind them naturally caught up with them, surpassing them one after another day. Half a day later, Ling Han and the Empress arrived at the summit. "You." Zhu Shuiga jumped out, pointing a finger at Ling Han. He had initially wanted to battle with Ling Han, yet a surprising turn of events had taken place, and he had consequently fought with another instead. He had been enjoying the battle at the time and had forgotten the matter of Ling Han. Now that he was free, he naturally remembered it. There were some people that would not hold a grudge just because they were prodigies. "What do you want?" Ling Han turned to look towards him, a faint smile curling up the corners of his lips. Previously he was not afraid of the other, and now that he had advanced into the fifth severance, he was confident he could put up a fight even against Xianlu, so he would consider Zhu Shuiga even less of an equal match. "Fight me." Zhu Shuiga charged over with large strides. "Ling Han." A feminine exclamation rang out, and a beautiful figure charged over. Yet, like she was a primordial beast, she bulldozed everything in her way. "Out of the way! Out of the way!" Hu Niu hollered loudly. "What?" Zhu Shuiga was just taking large strides when he was unexpectedly sent flying by a fist. His whole person was sprawled out in the air, and then rapidly became a tiny dot, which then disappeared without a trace. "Ling Han." Hu Niu pounced, leaping into Ling Han's arms all of a sudden, and hanging on Ling Han like a monkey. However, she was as beautiful as a celestial maiden, so it would not ruin the image, and would only make others feel incredibly envious of Ling Han. Ling Han smiled, embracing this little girl back. They had not seen each other for another several centuries, and he similarly missed her dearly. "Ling Han, did you miss Hu Niu?" Hu Niu asked delicately as if there was no one around. She was completely unconcerned with how those around her thought of her. It was just too unfortunate for Zhu Shuiga. By now, who knew where he had been thrown off to? "I missed my Niu," Ling Han said. Hu Niu was very pleased, her pretty face all smiles as she planted a strong kiss on Ling Han's cheek. "Ling Han, let's have kids." This little girl, she still had not the slightest concept of embarrassment. "Ahem." The Empress coughed lightly, her face bearing a stern expression. "Another witch." Hu Niu turned her head, and involuntarily bared her teeth, showing an expression of ferocity. She was filled with animosity. Niu seems to have seen you before." When she had seen the Empress, that was only a doppelganger, and while the appearance was different, they had the same aura. Hu Niu wrapped herself around Ling Han, unwilling to get down as she turned her head and asked, "Ling Han, who is this witch?" "We're a family," Ling Han replied with a smile. "Humph, Niu doesn't want to be family with her." Hu Niu's eyes were set on the Empress, her glare blazing with killing intent, not bothering to conceal it in the slightest. The Empress was unafraid and similarly fixed her gaze on Hu Niu. The two women simultaneously blazed with a fiery fighting spirit. In their eyes, it was most important for them to settle the other and become the most important person by Ling Han's side, which had in fact surpassed all else in importance. Since everyone has arrived, let us sit down and study cultivation together. Xianlu adjusted his emotions. In his opinion, the reason he had lost to Hu Niu was because of the difference in their physique, and physique would only be an advantage before Celestial King tier. After advancing into Celestial King tier, all the regulations in the world would be equal. He could meet his gains or losses bravely, and had already walked out of the shadow that came from his previous loss. He was already able to face it frankly. He had gathered everyone here this time not purely for the sake of the Celestial King achieving Dao Stone. There was another extremely important motive, and it absolutely could not be affected because of just a little accident that had happened previously. Hence, he naturally could not allow Hu Niu and the Empress to continue their little spat of envy. Thus, he stepped out to interrupt the two women from continuing their glaring match. Shut up. Hu Niu and the Empress both turned their heads, their bearing fierce. Xianlu. Chapter 1926. There is a wider world out there. Shut up. There was actually someone that dared tell Xianlu to shut up to his face. Hiss, everyone inhaled sharply, an expression of disbelief on their faces. It was not just one but two. How brazen, just who were these two women? But since they had been able to come here, they had to be top-notch emperor tiers. Could it be that they did not have any idea that they had to treat Xianlu very respectfully? To say nothing of the fact that he was the heir of an 8th heaven celestial king, he himself was a monarch tier. Was that not enough? But what was even more shocking to the rest was that after Xianlu had been yelled at, he was actually not angered. He merely shook his head and looked exasperated. It had to be that Xianlu, as a gentleman, was unwilling to clash with women. But it was not everyone that thought this. They looked at Hu Niu. This was a person that they had not seen before. If top-notch emperor tiers like them could not remember even this, then they were really unworthy of being called emperor tiers. This young girl had come uninvited, and Xianlu actually did not fly into a fury. What was the meaning of this? She is that demonic girl. *T2I girl. Someone had recognized Hu Niu. These were the several people that Hu Niu had surpassed on her way. Though there were many paths to the summit, there were quite a number of people here too. Thus, after Hu Niu had chosen one path, it was definite that a considerable number of people would be surpassed by her, and they naturally were terribly wet over. All of a sudden, at least 10 people set their eyes on Hu Niu, all of them burning with fury. Though Hu Niu was world-shakingly beautiful, she had a completely different style from the Empress. The Empress was noble and poised, and thought that everyone in this world should submit to her, exuding a pride that was deeply embedded into her very bones. Hu Niu was wild and willful, and the little actions that she showed were extremely mischievous. It was like she was a child that had not grown up. And precisely because of this, Hu Niu did not have as strong a bearing, or as captivating a beauty as the Empress. In truth, if the Empress did what Hu Niu had done, there would probably be very few that could truly become angry with her. Of course, the Empress was not one to do something so risky. Hu Niu bared her teeth like a female panther that was raging. What is it? You guys want to fight? Those dozen-plus people naturally were even more infuriated. Because of you, we were stomped over by 100 over manifestations, and you actually do not feel even the slightest bit apologetic. Everyone, please calm your anger. Xianlu stepped out and pressed his hands down slightly. Listen to me for a while as I tell you about the reason why I have invited everyone here. He was probably also very depressed now. If it had been in the past, he definitely would have been the center that everyone revolved around. He only had to say one word and everyone would be attentively looking at him. What need would be there for him to repeat his words multiple times? But Hu Niu was too strong. Even if he used his ultimate technique, Hu Niu had hers too, and furthermore it was incredibly terrifying at that. In an instant she had destroyed thousands of manifestations in a single move. His was far inferior to this. However, Xianlu was Xianlu after all. When he said so, everyone had suppressed their anger at least for the moment. Hu Niu wanted to glare again, yet Ling Han rubbed her head. Instantly she showed an expression of enjoyment, no longer bearing a grudge against them. Everyone clicked their tongues in amazement at this sight. Hu Niu was so fierce, but in front of Ling Han she was so docile. This was really something that they could not conceive. However, at the same time they were filled with envy towards Ling Han. After all, putting aside the ferocious nature of Hu Niu, she was still a great beauty that was unmatched in her exquisiteness. Moreover, in front of Ling Han, wasn't this exquisite beauty also very gentle? Why is that I can't find this kind of woman? Hu Niu continued her glaring contest with the Empress. With Ling Han on the sidelines, it was definite that they would not be able to come to blows, but the battle between them had already begun. The reason why I have invited everyone here is primarily to form an alliance. Xianlu finally announced the main topic. Ha 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 ha. Shan Jitong immediately erupted into raucous laughter. Alliance? What a joke, you want me to become allies with this trash? His eyes swept over those assembled, filled with utter disdain towards them. Of course, when his eyes passed over Hu Niu, his pupils dilated a little. It was as if Hu Niu's fierceness was still in front of his eyes. Xianlu's gaze became stern and he said, Brother Shan, if you have a disagreement about this, you may leave immediately. There is no need for you to be derisive and snide. However, I can tell you that you will definitely regret that action. Shan Jitong faltered, showing an expression of hesitation. Should he immediately leave without a backward glance or stay and listen? If he stayed, that would be a little embarrassing for him, but Xianlu actually declared something like he would regret it if he left. Then he had to be very certain of that. Monarch tears like them would definitely not blurt nonsense in this kind of situation. After hesitating for a long time, Shan Jitong still chose to sit back down on the rock he was initially perched on. He had made his decision. He was definitely not going to speak again later on. Even if Shan Jitong had embarrassed himself, how could the others dare to laugh at him? They all remained expressionless, acting as if they had not seen anything. Only Lao Song smirked coldly, expressing his contempt for Shan Jitong. How fun! Hu Niu meanwhile clapped, her voice crisp and cheery. Shan Jitong only acted as if he had not heard her. He closed his eyes. What the eye didn't see, the heart didn't grieve over. Everyone clicked their tongues in amazement. It was as if Xianlu and Shan Jitong had both repressed themselves in the treatment of this young girl, which made the others even more curious. Who exactly was this young girl? This time Xianlu was a little thankful to Hu Niu. Even he could not possibly completely suppress Shan Jitong, but Hu Niu could. True enough, a fierce person needed another fierce person to deal with him. The celestial realm is colossal. Merely the boundless seas have separated the eastern celestial realm and western celestial realm, and our eastern celestial realm is further divided into 33 heavens. Xianlu began to explain some geographical information. Because of this, some showed expressions of impatience. Had they come to listen to this? But there were also many others whose expressions did not change. How could it be possible that those who could become top-notch emperor tiers did not even have this little bit of patience? Moreover, would Xianlu talk about this for no reason? Our Compiece heaven, to be honest, can only be ranked at the bottom of the 33 heavens, having the same rank as Wide Prosperity Heaven and Far West Heaven, Xianlu stated calmly. When the overall level of strength of the Western Celestial Realm is also superior to the Eastern Celestial Realms, our Compiece heaven can only be ranked last in the entire Celestial Realm. Some time ago I decided to travel around in the Western Celestial Realm, but in the end I did not embark on the journey. Instead, I went to the Wide Prosperity Heaven and decided to train there first. In the end, I encountered an opponent that I was no match for. All of a sudden, the masses erupted in uproar. Who was Xianlu? A divine fetus that was born on the celestial path, a being that very possibly could have been birthed from heaven and nurtured by earth. He should have been an ultimate monarch tier that was invincible among his peers, so how could he have possibly been defeated? Brother Yin, it must be that opponent's cultivation level is too high, right? Someone immediately piped up with a smile, hoping against hope. Xianlu shook his head and replied, that's not the case. That person was the same as me, a fifth severance as well. When these words left his mouth, everyone was silenced. Shan Jitong opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately could not say anything. He was very defiant, yet had a good measure of himself. His battle prowess should be inferior compared to Xianlu's, so if even Xianlu was no match, what was he worth then? Lao Song was much calmer. Only his flirtatious eyes became even narrower, making him look more like a poisonous serpent. That person's name is Shi Xiuwen, Xianlu continued. According to him, in the wide prosperity heaven, he can only be ranked 9th in terms of strength. Hu, a considerable number, spluttered. Impossible. Definitely impossible. With how strong Xianlu was, he had actually been defeated by someone who was merely ranked 9th in the wide prosperity heaven. How could this be believed? Chapter 1927, Fiery Flame Lightning Strike Wood. Even Ling Han was interested now. Xianlu's strength was undoubted, but this kind of powerful prodigy was actually no match for someone that only ranked 9th in another place. That was a little hard to imagine. Most importantly, Xianlu had been exaggerated too much. Just how many people could be intimidated by merely the words of being born on the celestial path? Added with the fact that he was a true disciple of an 8th heaven celestial king, and was qualified to attain the 9th heaven in the future, his defeat was unthinkable and unacceptable. It should be known that Xianlu had always been considered as the strongest in the severing mundane tier. In fact, once he advanced into the dividing soul tier, he would not need too long to be considered as the strongest below the immortal palace tier. Lao Song couldn't help but ask, "Brother Yin, the wide prosperity heaven is actually that strong?" The celestial realm was so huge, and merely the calm peace heaven was enough for someone to spend tens of billions of years exploring. Which of the young prodigies gathered here had not passed the age of 1,000,000,000? Regarding the wide prosperity heaven, all they knew about it was hearsay. Xianlu nodded and replied, "That is indeed the case." How could that be? Shan Jitong also broke the silence. The wide prosperity heaven is ranked equal with our calm peace heaven. There is practically no difference in the overall level of cultivation. How could such a massive disparity appear in this generation? Xianlu shook his head and answered, "I am not sure. My master has probably guessed the reason, but when I asked about it, master's expression was extremely solemn, and he said that the wide prosperity heaven has made a very great sacrifice for the celestial realm, so it was not strange that they would be boosted by fortune in this way." Everyone heard this and inadvertently was even more confused. What did having made a great sacrifice for the celestial realm mean? What was the sacrifice? Furthermore, how had they sacrificed themselves? It was all completely baffling. But would the eternal prosperity celestial king speak random nonsense? They didn't understand what he meant by sacrifice, but at least they understood that the reason why so many prodigies had appeared in this generation of wide prosperity heaven was because they had been boosted by fortune from heaven and earth. For example, a few more divine fetuses had appeared, and they were all super divine fetuses like time element and space element. In fact, there were some that had both. Hence, in a battle of equals they would definitely have a greater advantage. In fact, after Celestial King tier, everyone's cultivation level would be the same. For example, if they were both at second heaven, yet you grasped 3 types of regulations which was equivalent to 3 second heaven Celestial Kings, then you would definitely be stronger than they who only grasped 1 type of Celestial King tier regulations. Regulations were the strongest weapon that a Celestial had. "Brother Yin, the reason why you have invited us here is to stand off against the wide prosperity heaven?" someone asked. When they heard so much, everyone could guess at some clue. Xianlu shook his head but then nodded and answered, "Yes and no." He continued, "Close to 100 million years ago, my master discovered a mystery realm that was naturally formed from heaven and earth, and within there was a source power of heaven and earth that was being nurtured. Furthermore, it is close to maturity." He paused for a moment. As expected, he saw everyone's breath quicken in excitement. Source power of heaven and earth could be said to be a treasure that was the most valuable in the whole world. Even a celestial king would be tempted. Allowing one to observe the regulations of heaven and earth from an endlessly close distance was very significant for those who had not reached the celestial king tier. Furthermore, a source power could help one in battle. The strength of it would depend on the situation because while a source power of heaven and earth was celestial king tier in level, it could possibly be only first heaven in level, but could also possibly reach 9th heaven. In summary, if one could obtain a source power of heaven and earth in the severing mundane tier, that would be too terrifying. Because this source power of heaven and earth was still being nurtured, my master did not retrieve it. Furthermore, after my master did some observation, he discovered that this natural mystery realm was extremely frightening. Aside from a 9th heaven celestial king being able to barge in by force, even if an existence like an 8th heaven celestial king dared to be rash, he would still be killed by heaven and earth. Not only are celestial kings bound by this restriction, Even the ascending origin tier, immortal palace tier, and dividing soul tier elites have no way of entering. It is as if the heaven and earth are biased, and wish to gift this fortune only to severing mundane tiers. When Xianlu finished saying these words, he very naturally discovered everyone showed an expression of excitement that could not be suppressed. Even Lao Song and Shan Jitong could not hide their excitement. "Brother Yin, I fear the matter is not as simple as that, right?" Ling Han spoke up. If this source power of heaven and earth could be so easily obtained, then what need was there for Xianlu to inform them? He could directly go by himself to retrieve it. Moreover, why had he deliberately spoken of the wide prosperity heaven just now? There was no one stupid here, and they all came to the realization. Xianlu nodded slowly and answered, "That's right. There is also a celestial king from wide prosperity heaven that has discovered this natural mystery realm, and also found out that this source power of heaven and earth exists. Thus, when the mystery realm opens, the wide prosperity heaven will also be contesting with us for it." Hearing these words, everyone's expressions changed. Previously, Xianlu had already said that even the severing mundane tier ranked 9th in wide prosperity heaven could defeat him, then even if Xianlu was ranked 10th, there were actually so many heaven-defying freaks in the whole wide prosperity heaven. Then what was the point of contesting? "Thus we have to unite," Xianlu said. "I have a formation technique with me that can be used by 10 people. When it channels, not only can it compound upon the battle prowess of all 10 users, it can even increase their battle prowess tenfold." Compound tenfold. When everyone heard this, they all looked tempted. That so-called Shishouan definitely could not be 10 times stronger than Xianlu. In fact, even the strongest prodigy of the wide prosperity heaven could not possibly be so powerful. Furthermore, Xianlu was not the only one whose power would be compounded tenfold, but rather it was the united power of the 10 of them. If they really had this kind of formation, there would be no enemy they could not overcome, no battle they could not win. "Brother Yin, then after obtaining the source power of heaven and earth, how is it to be shared?" someone asked. Because Xianlu, Shan Jitong, and Lao Song were all monarch tiers, who could be a match for them in the severing mundane tier? Xianlu smiled faintly and replied, "How could you retrieve a source power of heaven and earth just because you willed it? It will choose its master on its own. If there is no suitable candidate, it will evade and escape, and there is no possible way that we can compel it by force. Thus, we are only earning a chance for ourselves to appear in front of the source power of heaven and earth so it could make its choice. This will have to depend on how lucky you are." Ling Han asked, "Brother Yin, after talking for so long, what exactly is this source power of heaven and earth?" He already had the source powers of water and fire. If he obtained another source power of heaven and earth of the same elemental alignment, while it would still increase his battle prowess by some, it would not give rise to a fundamental change. Small Tower had said that he should gather as many source powers of heaven and earth as possible before advancing into the Celestial King tier. If he advanced into the Celestial King tier under such conditions, he would be able to rush up to astonishing heights. Thus, if this source power of heaven and earth was of any other element aside from water and fire, he would try as much as possible to make an attempt for it. If it was not, his enthusiasm would be greatly decreased. Furthermore, Xianlu had not spoken wrongly. A source power of heaven and earth could not be simply retrieved just because you wanted to, but rather it would have to depend on whether the source power itself was willing to follow by your side or otherwise. Ling Han already had 2 source powers of heaven and earth in his body. If the third one was still water or fire, the chances of it choosing Ling Han would probably be close to 0. Similarities would repel each other. Xianlu cast a second look at Ling Han. What he was concerned about was not Ling Han's strength, but rather Hu Niu's sweet attitude towards Ling Han. Hu Niu was too powerful, reminding him of the heaven-defying freaks of wide prosperity heaven. He slowly answered, "This source power of heaven and earth is of the wood element, the fiery flame lightning strike wood." How strange. Since it was wood element, why was it fiery flame and lightning strike as well? Chapter 1928, A Mere Alchemist. The fiery flame lightning strike wood is born with much suffering. In the process of its growth, it would continuously be burnt by fiery flames and struck by lightning, Xianlu explained. Speaking of numbers, the amount of fiery flame lightning strike wood should number the most amongst all source powers. When a fiery flame lightning strike wood dies, countless fiery flame lightning strike wood be birthed. However, they would only be young sprouts, and in the meantime, countless of them would die, right until one has successfully grown, and the other sprouts would also wilt and die at the same time. This is a source power of heaven and earth. Thus, even if you can't obtain the approval of the fiery flame lightning strike wood, even if you can only obtain a wilted sprout of fiery flame lightning strike wood, it will be of incredible help for us to comprehend the regulations of wood. He paused and then continued, what my master discovered was not a single fiery flame lightning strike wood, but rather a whole area, a forest of fiery flame lightning strike wood. A forest made up of fiery flame lightning strike wood, and only one king would stand out among the rest, and become the new source power of heaven and earth. Hearing him say so, those whose enthusiasm was not that high initially all became keen. It was too difficult to have a source power of heaven and earth recognize them as its master basically. Only a celestial king could accomplish that, but if they could get a wilted sprout of the fiery flame lightning strike wood, that was indeed also a precious treasure. It was guaranteed that every single ascending origin tier would go mad for it. Ling Han, do you want it? Hu Niu asked from within Ling Han's arms. Niu will snatch it for you. Her eyes shone, not much different from the little girl she had once been. Ling Han involuntarily laughed loudly. Thinking of his various experiences with Hu Niu, an indescribable feeling of bliss rose up in his heart. I want to join. I want to join as well. Immediately, a great many people volunteered themselves wanting to join Xianlu's team. Though Shan Jitong and Lao Song were also incredibly tempted, because of their dignified conduct they did not say it out loud. Instead, they were waiting for Xianlu to take the initiative to invite them. Yet it was as if Xianlu had not picked up on that, and completely ignored their existence. Basically, every person expressed their wish to go to that natural mystery realm. It was not everyone that Xianlu would accept. This formation was capable of compounding the power of 10 people, in fact, and increased their power by tenfold on that basis even. Thus, it would definitely put a tremendous pressure on every single person. Without the support of a powerful physique, there would be no need for their opponent to break the formation, as they themselves would crumble first. As the saying went, better to have nothing than to settle for inferiority. After deliberating for a long while, Xianlu had still only picked out 6 people. Finally, Shan Jitong and Lao Song showed a prideful expression. No matter how strong you Xianlu were, you ultimately would still have to offer them an invitation. Miss, are you interested in coming with us? Xianlu turned to look at Hu Niu, issuing an invite. Niu doesn't want to. Hu Niu scowled, glaring at Xianlu. If you dare have ideas about Niu, Niu will chop off your dog's head to feed the dogs. Ling Han broke out in a sweat. Wasn't that cannibalism? Xianlu, having courted a rebuff, could only rub his nose. However, Hu Niu was indeed very powerful, and very likely wasn't inferior to Shi Xiuwen. Without relying on the formation she could still match him. However, no matter what, Hu Niu was still from the Compi's heaven, so even if she did not join his team it was still fine. My master has said that this is an opportunity that belongs to every single person from the Compi's heaven. Thus, I will bring everyone with me when I go. After entering into the mystery realm, I hope everyone can help one another. After all, our enemy is the wide prosperity heaven. Xianlu solemnly declared, if I discover anyone taking the initiative to start internal strife in the mystery realm, then please do not fault me for turning hostile in the future. Naturally. Everyone nodded. At present they were all competitors, but if there was the wide prosperity heaven thrown into the bundle, then they were a whole unit. Their fists should be united against a common external enemy. Brother Yan, could I give you a hand? Lao Song was the first to soften. Xianlu had already raised the topic to the level of the big picture of the entire Compi's heaven. In comparison, his reservedness naturally would appear only coy. Of course, Xianlu said smilingly. Brother Yan, I as well. Shan Jitong could only pipe in, disregarding any notion of embarrassment. Xianlu nodded and did not pursue the matter or mock Xianlu. He had lofty ambitions and disdained using such tactics to strike a blow at an opponent. Moreover, he was already the strongest of the younger generation of the Compi's heaven, and there was no need for him to treat Shan Jitong as a rival either. His target was the other 33 ultimate monarch tiers of the Eastern Celestial Realm. Hu Niu was not willing to join, which made Xianlu slightly disappointed. If one such elite could join their alliance, his chances of victory would be greatly increased. However, looking at how Hu Niu was clinging onto Ling Han, he decided to take a more roundabout route. Ling Han, we finally met. He smiled faintly. Ling Han nodded and said, I have heard of you and you haven't disappointed me either. Hearing these words from Ling Han, everyone inhaled sharply. What a great boast. As a mere alchemist, where did you get courage to be so arrogant? Xianlu involuntarily became slightly angered as well. Though Zhao Qingfeng had not been killed by Ling Han's hand, it could still be considered Ling Han's fault. Having a subordinate killed, with his personality of protecting his own people, Xianlu was actually already very displeased with Ling Han. However, Ling Han was too young, having astonishing natural talent in alchemy, and his potential in cultivation wasn't too bad either. That was why he had invited him, as he wished to recruit Ling Han. As he saw it, now that he, the king of the younger generation of the calm peace heaven, had extended him an olive branch, Ling Han naturally would only scramble over and gladly agree. Now that he had Hu Niu backing him up, he had forgotten himself. Are you willing to join my team? He asked lowly, and he was asking for Hu Niu's sake. Ling Han broke into a grin and replied, my temper is a little stubborn. As the saying goes, better be the head of a chicken rather than the tail of a bull. Come, let us have a match. If I win, you all will join me and I will be your leader. He really wasn't afraid of being forced to eat his own words. But Xianlu was not angered. As he saw it, Ling Han was only an arrogant fool. There was completely no need to take the words of a psycho to heart. He calmly asked, if you lose? Then I'll just leave without a backwards look. I already said that I won't be the tail of a bull, Ling Han said with a smile. Everyone was taken aback. So whichever way, others should listen to you? Ling Han, so awesome. Hu Niu planted a kiss on Ling Han's cheek happily. On the sidelines, the Empress similarly had an expression of pride. How could her husband possibly be under someone else's command? What a joke. Xianlu also faltered. You are really too shameless, aren't you? His expression darkened and he replied, fine, then let us exchange a few moves. He wanted to teach Ling Han a lesson so that he knew that using powerful connections as an intimidation tactic was a very disgraceful thing. Ling Han patted Hu Niu's back, indicating for her to let go of him. No, you can just fight while embracing Niu like this. Hu Niu did not want to let go of her bare hug of Ling Han. At this moment, she did not want to leave Ling Han for even a single instant. Ling Han thought for a while and just simply walked out like that. For someone that had reached the cultivation level he had, to say nothing of the fact that he had a person in his arms, even if he was carrying 10,000 people, it practically wouldn't affect his battle prowess. Since the little girl was begging like this, he should just satisfy this little wish of hers. Come. Ling Han crooked a finger at Xianlu. This was issuing a challenge to the strongest person in the severing mundane tier? He was really too relaxed. However, Xianlu did not dare to be careless. He was well aware of how powerful Hu Niu could be. If she interfered in the match, the chances of him being defeated were very high. Chapter 1929. Even an alchemist can be that strong. Xianlu strode out, his embroidered robes fluttering. While he was not world-shakingly handsome, his demeanor was graceful and poised, and others could only stare in admiration. Initially, this was a very solemn matter, but there was actually a slender young girl that was hanging onto Xianlu's opponent like she was a koala. No matter how they looked at it, this was a very comical scene. Did you really want a battle? Xianlu's expression was dark. At first, his plans were perfect, gathering the united forces of all the prodigies, and unlocking the celestial fortune. He would first obtain the celestial king achieving Dao Stone, and after refining it he would improve his physique, and then lead everyone on a charge to the mystery realm to contest for the source power of heaven and earth. Obtaining a source power of heaven and earth would mean that he really did not have to fear anyone of the same cultivation level. However, things had gone wrong right from the start. Though he had very quickly suppressed his disappointment, it could not possibly be forgotten just like that. Though it was Hu Niu who had obtained the celestial stone, when it came to the root of the matter, it was actually Ling Han's fault. If it was not for Ling Han's sake, how could Hu Niu have come here? Old grudges and new resentment made Xianlu especially despise the villain that Ling Han was. Putting on pretenses and using powerful connections as intimidation tactics. He raised his hand level. The air in the surroundings vibrated, forming a transparent sword in his hand. Only because of the reflection of light did one manage to see clearly the existence of this sword. Ling Han smiled faintly, one arm holding onto Hu Niu, while his other hand pushed forwards. His 4 fingers curled inwards into a fist, leaving only a thumb pressing out towards Xianlu. After advancing into the 5th severance, he was his own universe, and every slightest move was his strongest attack. Go! Xianlu slashed out the sword. Abruptly, a brilliance that filled the skies streaked out, dazzling the 9 heavens. Ling Han maintained his move of pressing out his thumb. The millions and millions of stars in his body glowed simultaneously, and he could simply draw on great Tao with a stretch of his hand. As his thumb pressed down, the heaven and earth resonated, turning into a dragon, and then a phoenix appeared. The dragon and phoenix danced together, greeting the incoming sword light. Boom! The sword light crashed into the dragon and phoenix, unleashing an incredibly brilliant light. It was as if a sun had been formed, dazzling the world. When the light completely dispersed, Xianlu and Ling Han were still standing opposite each other. Neither had taken a step back, and neither of them had any sign of being injured. What? Seeing this scene, everyone exploded with shock. Ling Han was actually a match for Xianlu? Xianlu was a monarch tier. The 5th severance was much too difficult. In the entire Compice heaven, there were at least a few hundred celestial king tier sects, and there were close to 20 of 5th heaven and above celestial king tier sects too. As for monarch tiers, at least in the present generation of severing mundane tiers, there were only a mere 3 people who had accomplished it. Monarch tiers naturally should be invincible in the world. However, it was now very possible that a 4th monarch tier had appeared. It was not just very possible but rather definite. Otherwise, no matter how strong he was, a 4th severance could not possibly take an attack from a 5th severance. That would definitely be a one-sided battle. Realization dawned on everyone. No wonder Ling Han dared to be so arrogant. A monarch tier naturally would be unyielding and obstinate. But weren't you an alchemist? Even an alchemist could be that strong? Fuck. Xianlu's eyes lit up. He was not envious because he had another monarch tier rival. Instead, his fighting spirit blazed brightly. In fact, he felt a kind of gratification. The Compice heaven was too strong, and there was an urgent need for a few monarch tiers to appear. In the future, only then would it be possible for more celestial kings to appear high-level celestial kings. Otherwise, with how fierce the competition was like in the celestial realm, it was possible that the Compice heaven would be invaded by other forces, which would lead to a reshuffling of the power balance. Good. Xianlu exclaimed lightly. I previously thought that you were just condescending. It seems like I have had a mistaken opinion of you. I apologize. Ling Han smiled and replied, At first I too thought you were an arrogant person, and now I too take back this kind of opinion. You are not too bad yourself. The two of them exchanged a smile, feeling like they would not have befriended if they had not fought. After all, people of talent appreciate one another. There were too few monarch tiers. Every single one could be a very good rival and close friend. Ling Han, don't waste words with him. Defeat him quickly. Niu still wants to kiss with you. Niu wrapped her arms around Ling Han's neck, declaring without the slightest notion of embarrassment. She was upright and bold, saying whatever came to mind. Ling Han could only shrug and said, Brother Yen, then let us set the limit at 10 moves. His impression of Xianlu had changed greatly, so he naturally no longer felt the determination to defeat and stomp on him. All right, 10 moves. Xianlu nodded. He was indeed very proud, but he was a good judge of character as well. What need was there for him to lower himself to deal with emperor tiers and king tiers? Only those who were similarly monarch tiers like him were worthy of being treated as equal by him. This was actually very normal. Ling Han moved, his figure charging out like a shooting star. Xianlu did not show any weakness either, launching himself into a clash with Ling Han. Peng peng peng. Hong hong hong. Neither of them held anything back, using one celestial technique after another, and showing fully the strongest facet of themselves. 10 moves very quickly passed and the two of them stopped at the same time. Exchanging a smile, their old grudges had been wiped clean. This was a kind of appreciation that men had for another that was their equal. Let's descend the peak. They walked side by side, heading towards the foot of the mountain. Because there were no manifestations coming out to cause trouble, their speed naturally was not slow. After 10 days they had already arrived at the foot of the mountain. Kakaka brat, you think you can escape from me? Amidst a series of mad cackles, an elder suddenly appeared. Boom, and endless pressure spread out, alerting all 33 heavens. The expressions of all the prodigies changed slightly. They were all Emperor tiers and Monarch tiers within the same cultivation level, but that was only limited to the same cultivation level. Even if Monarch tiers could match Yang Soul or even Yin Soul, this elder presently was definitely not a dividing soul tier, but had rather far surpassed that. However, while everyone was shocked, none of them was afraid at all. This was a gathering that was hosted by Xianlu, and there was an 8th heaven celestial king standing behind Xianlu. If someone still came to cause trouble at this kind of gathering, how could Xianlu and the eternal prosperity celestial king tolerate it with their pride? If this elder wanted to make a move, a celestial king would definitely appear and crush him into dust. Ling Han's eyes narrowed and he declared, "Old demon blood shadow. Brat, I indeed did not have a wrong opinion of you. Initially, I had thought you would need 10 million years to be able to get the natural peach seal out for me. I had not thought that it would only take just a few years. Not bad, and now, hand it over to me." Old demon blood shadow declared, his face filled with anticipation. Anyone would be afraid of death, what more this kind of mighty figure that was placed on a high pedestal. He had suffered greatly from the immortal's tribulation, and the next time it came, he would definitely be done for. Hence, he naturally longed incredibly for the natural peach seal, causing even him, a noble ascending origin tier, to lose his composure. Ling Han shrugged and replied, "Sorry, it was already used." "You used?" Old demon blood shadow stuttered. His first reaction was disbelief and inability to accept this fact. That was because he had placed all his hopes of survival on this, and suddenly hearing this abrupt announcement, his whole head had exploded. Then he flew into a thunderous rage. "Brat, you actually dare to deceive me. You don't want your life anymore?" His gaze was menacing, exuding a strong killing intent. This brat actually dared to fool him. How could he be so outrageously bold? Shio, right at this moment, a figure suddenly charged out, delivering a palm strike towards Ling Han. Zzz. Boundless lightning flickered brightly, its strength incredibly frightening. Bayao. He had already been waiting a very long time for Ling Han. The moment he saw Ling Han, he immediately made his move. He did not need that natural peach seal, so his attack was fatal, planning to kill Ling Han so that he could directly snatch the treasure that the latter possessed. Chapter 1930. Something wrong with the picture. How dare you? Old demon blood shadow roared furiously, and he moved to attack Ba Yao. It was not that he treasured Ling Han's life, but rather because he did not know whether Ling Han had brought the natural peach seal out with him or not. If he had brought it out, then it was fine to kill Ling Han as he would simply have to take it. But if he had not and it was still within Alchemy City, then what was the point of him going to so much trouble and effort? Moreover, he too suspected that Ling Han had a rare treasure in his possession. He had long since decided to kill Ling Han after he had gotten hold of the natural peach seal, and take all the great fortune that the latter had for himself, so he naturally could not possibly allow Ling Han to die in the hands of another. Thus he immediately moved and was extremely ruthless. And? Ba Yao paused slightly. This old bastard actually dared to make a move on him? Have your damn eyes gone blind? Do you know who I am? You're courting death, he exclaimed coldly and paid old demon blood shadow back with a punch of his own. Zzz. Lightning burst, turning into an extended river of electricity, countless seals of great Tao rippling within, frightening without bounds. Old demon blood shadow paled in shock. They were both ascending origin tiers, but the gap between him and the other was practically indescribably wide. Puh. With this blow, old demon blood shadow was sent flying. Hu, his whole figure sprayed out a mist of blood, his aura declining continuously. He had merely reached small accomplishment in the ascending origin tier, but Ba Yao had reached consummate, and the gap between them was completely beyond logic. Old demon blood shadow fell, and barely managed to steady his footing. His gray hair all wafted down to the ground. Initially, his hair was already scarce, and now his head had completely become bare, and he had become a baldy. His face was frighteningly pale, and his left eye was bulging out of his eye socket, appearing very ghastly. He threw up blood continuously while his hair continued to drop. Lightning would be flickering in every mouthful of blood. This was because Ba Yao's attack was too terrifying, and had penetrated deep into his bones. Old demon Blood Shadow couldn't help but pale in astonishment. In the first place, because of the immortal's tribulation, his blood essence was already dried up. From the dashing handsome young man he had once been, he had become the old geezer he was now. And now Ba Yao had directly damaged his life force with this blow. Every mouthful of blood he spat out was equivalent to him expending a sliver of his life force, and the old wounds that had resulted from the immortal's tribulation were also restless, beginning to tear away at his cultivation. His aura suddenly dropped madly from the ascending origin tier to immortal palace tier, 5th palace, 4th palace, 3rd palace, and it did not stop even when it had dropped to the 1st palace, dropping suddenly to the dividing soul tier, and falling further from heaven's soul. Was this too much of an exaggeration? Not in the slightest. The consummate of ascending origin tier possessed the ability to kill a small accomplishment with a single strike in the first place, and while it had only been a casual strike from Ba Yao, how could one who had once been a holy son of the Thundercloud Palace be underestimated? Furthermore, old demon Blood Shadow was close to the finishing line of his lifespan, so how close could his present battle prowess be to the battle prowess he had in his prime? He had not been directly killed with a single strike. Instead, his cultivation level had declined, and this was already very, very good. Old demon Blood Shadow's cultivation level dropped all the way until the middle stage of Yin Soul, and only then did he barely stop it. His limbs were all numb, an endless despair rising up within him. True, cultivation levels could be recultivated, and he could still cultivate from Yin Soul to Earth Soul, Heaven Soul, and all the way onwards. However, his life force was wounded once more, so how much longer did he have to live? 100 years? 10,000 years? Before he had reached the ascending origin tier and broken through the great accomplishment level, made up for the lack of his life force, and regained an endless lifespan, he would have long since died. Which also meant that while Ba Yao had not killed him with this blow, it had already announced a death sentence for him. Old demon Blood Shadow trembled. 100 million years would pass very soon, and it was possible that his current lifespan wasn't even up to 100 years, so how could he not tremble in fear? This seemed to be a very long time, but in truth was only the matter of 1 or 2 breaths. The process of their clash was even faster and astonishing, and severing mundane tears practically could not distinguish clearly. What had happened? Everyone was a little stunned. Why did they feel like something was off with this picture? Hadn't the old demon Blood Shadow come to cause trouble for Ling Han? Why had he turned around and attacked on his behalf? And he had come out of it so badly at that. This was definitely true love. Ba Yao only cast a calm look at old demon Blood Shadow before withdrawing his gaze. Though the latter was also an ascending origin tier, he was just a minor character in his eyes. Aside from an ascending origin tier that had come out from a celestial king tier force, who else was worth his serious notice? He had overestimated his own capabilities. He did not eradicate him either. Even killing this kind of trash was merely a waste of his time. What you have I am very interested in, Ba Yao said, staring at Ling Han. At first, Ba Yao had not wanted to waste words, and just wanted to directly kill Ling Han and snatch the treasure. After he plucked the latter's soul, there was no possibility that any secret could be hidden, but since he had now been stopped and failed the first time, he would be frank and generous, unrushed and calm. After all, he was an ascending origin tier, so he still treasured his reputation. If he had succeeded with the previous blow, he would have directly left. He had absolute certainty that even Xianlu had no hopes of distinguishing his appearance clearly and remembering his aura. So what? Ling Han asked smilingly, without the slightest sign of being afraid. Whatever they are, they now belong to me, Ba Yao stated calmly. Soundlessly, he had already locked the space in this area. This way, unless a celestial king deliberately swept his divine sense in this area, there was no possible way that anyone could discover what happened here. This way, everything would be under his control. Ling Han shook his head. I don't think so. Brat, do you still think that this is Alchemy City? Ba Yao scoffed. There were too many heirs of celestial kings here. In fact, there was also a super prodigy like Xianlu here. He naturally did not dare to commit murder randomly. But in Ling Han's case, he knew him very well. He was only a mere holy son of Alchemy City. So what if he killed him? Even if Alchemy City went off to the Thundercloud Palace to make a complaint, so what? What could they do to him? What a joke. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, This is indeed not Alchemy City, and my master is not here to stand up for me. However, There are really a lot of interesting and amazing things that would happen in this world. Oh, like? Ba Yao asked carelessly as he strode towards Ling Han. His speed was not very fast, but every step he took was like great Tao pressing down, causing an indescribable discomfort to everyone's heart and internal organs. How was a severing mundane tear any match for the might of an ascending origin tear? He deliberately walked very slowly. That was because previously in Alchemy City, he had been forced away by Grandmaster Zicheng, and this was a humiliation to him. Now, though he was not seeking vengeance from alchemist Zicheng, Ling Han was the fundamental root of the whole issue. Before he killed him, he would torture him a bit, and this was slightly pleasing to him. Of course, this was completely because he had absolute certainty. Otherwise, he would have directly killed him, plucked out his soul, snatched the treasure and left. Tong, tong, tong. One step after another, a considerable number immediately showed expressions of suffering. They felt as if their internal organs were about to explode. That was really the case. Under such terrifying pressure, every person's eyeballs were popping out, their expressions frighteningly twisted. Damn it. Hu Niu was furious, pointing a finger at Ba Yao. Damn giant, you actually dare be fierce to Niu's Ling Han, and dare to make Niu feel discomfort. You are dead. Ba Yao naturally would not take Hu Niu's threat seriously. He only scoffed, and the eyes he turned towards Hu Niu were slightly devious. He had never been one to abstain from women, especially now when he had been stagnating on ascending origin tier for too long. He had developed a great many hobbies, and the pleasures of the flesh naturally were one of them. Furthermore, it occupied a great portion of his time even. This young girl was both beautiful and pure. Though she was a little fierce, what use was that in front of him? Oh, I am dead? Ba Yao shook his head. I don't believe it. You should. An icy cold voice rang out behind Ba Yao, holding a menacing killing intent. Chapter 1931, A Meaningless Death. Ba Yao was involuntarily astonished, and hurriedly turned around, seeing that a middle-aged beauty had unknowingly appeared behind him. All of a sudden, coldness rose up in his body as he felt every single hair rise on end. Impossible. He was an ascending origin tier elite, the strongest existence below Celestial King tier, but he was actually completely unaware that a person had appeared behind him, so how could he not be dumbfounded? Who are you? He asked, a tremor in his voice. Are you even worthy to ask? Lu Herong asked calmly, her voice icy cold. This idiot actually dared to be insolent to her young imperial empress. Just how tired was he of living? Niu wants to smack him. Hu Niu cried out, appearing incredibly indignant and infuriated. You actually dare threaten Niu's Ling Han. Niu wants to beat you up into a pig's head, and then feed you to the dogs. Though she was still as violent as she had been, Ling Han breathed a slight sigh of relief. At least this line was slightly more normal. She was no longer declaring wanting to feed a dog's head to the dogs. Lu Herong had completely no need to move at all. She only gave a light humph, and boom, the pressure of a celestial king that could move the 9 heavens surged out. Involuntarily, Ba Yao's legs weakened and he knelt. Whatever previous holy son, consummate of ascending origin tier. In front of a celestial king, this was all trash. Ba Yao felt his whole body covered in cold sweat. He was really terrified now. All the prodigies also tsked in amazement. They were all from celestial king tier level backgrounds, and it was not unusual that this had led to the arrival of a celestial king. However, celestial kings were the strongest existence in the celestial realm. Which of them was not an overwhelmingly proud ruler with their own domain? But looking at Hu Niu's previous attitude, it was as if she was commanding a subordinate. Just who exactly are you? You are a little too extravagant, aren't you? Having a celestial king follow you even on your travels? Old Demon Blood Shadow also forgot to moan. He looked dumbly at Hu Niu, and then looked at Ling Han, tremendous regret rising up in his heart. Ling Han actually had such a terrifying background. He felt like everything was so surreal. This was too unfathomable. Since you were so awesome, why had you gone to become the holy son of Alchemy City? Though Alchemy City was indeed very awesome, it could only take a leading role among 4-star forces at most, and barely could be considered a 5-star force of the lowest rank. Were you pretending to be a wolf in sheep's clothing? You screwed me over. He did not reflect on himself in the slightest, that it was he who had taken the initiative to trifle with Ling Han. Instead, he laid the blame for all the misfortune he had suffered on Ling Han, and thought that all of this was Ling Han's fault. With Hu Niu's personality, she was naturally not going to be reserved about anything. She leaped over and sent a kick straight at Ba Yao's face, kicking Ba Yao onto the ground. Then she stomped on him madly. She was furious. This guy not only dared to threaten Ling Han, but dared to have ideas about her beyond his station. This definitely could not be tolerated. Niu was Ling Han's. Stomp, 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 Niu will stomp him dead. Ba Yao's cultivation level had been sealed off by Lu Herong. He could not possibly fight back. There was only a sliver of power left that was protecting his vitals. Thus, while he was battered and bruised from Hu Niu's kicks, his wounds still immediately recovered. As long as there was not someone else's martial intent left in his body, every celestial could very quickly heal their physical body. In this way he had become a perfect bullseye, allowing Hu Niu to vent her anger as much as she liked without being broken. But while he would not break, it still hurt. Did you think an ascending origin tier felt no pain? Ah! Ba Yao screamed out in pain. Every stomp from Hu Niu's foot would result in a groove in his flesh. If there were bones beneath the flesh, his bones would definitely be broken. If it was an internal organ, the internal organ would also be crushed. See if Niu won't kill you. Hu Niu cursed as she continued to kick, looking completely like a little psycho. Everyone turned their gaze elsewhere. An incredibly exquisite beauty could actually be so violent. Even Lu Herong could not bear to watch any longer. With a wave of her hand, Celestial King tier regulations surged, and Ba Yao's bones were directly crushed into dust that was blown away with the winds. He had turned into nothing, not even the slightest bit of him left behind. She had no wish for her young Imperial Empress to show how violent she could be in front of others again, so it was naturally best to eliminate Ba Yao directly. This Ba Yao had really died a meaningless death. If you could not bear watching, then wouldn't it be fine for you to just stop Hu Niu? Why did you kill him? So how meaningless was his death? Everyone was looking at Lu Herong in astonishment. This was a celestial king, and even though she was only first heaven, she was still a supremely noble existence in front of them. In fact, a celestial king was a supreme noble wherever they were. Greetings, senior. All the prodigies bowed in respect. Even Xianlu was no exception. This was the respect that an absolute elite deserved. If it was not for the fact that they too were heirs of celestial king tier sects, merely bowing was not enough. They would have to kneel to pay their greetings. Young Imperial Empress, can we go back now? Lu Herong looked at Hu Niu. This little girl was so obstinate and determined, demanding to come out to find Ling Han. Now that she had finally found who she was looking for, her wish fulfilled, they naturally had to return. No. Hu Niu wrapped her arms around Ling Han. At present, she was tall and had long legs, so this bare hug abruptly drove Ling Han's head into her breasts, yet she was completely unconcerned. Niu wants to play with Ling Han. Play, play, play. Lu Herong was speechless. While this young Imperial Empress had the mark of great Dao left behind by their last Imperial Empress, and was practically capable of advancing into 9th Heaven Celestial King tier lying down, this personality of hers really did not look the slightest bit like an elite's. Thankfully, this was the Eastern Celestial Realm, and they had brought a rare treasure with them so they could conceal their destiny, preventing the predictions of other elites. It should be fine as long as they took extra caution. Then just let young Imperial Empress play around for a while. Otherwise, this girl was definitely capable of doing something more unthinkable. Thinking that, she did not make any further protest. In any case, she would just protect her from the shadows. Additionally, she also had another important mission, and that was to watch over Ling Han to prevent him from bringing ruin to their little princess. Brother Yin, then I will take my leave first. Allow me to return and make some preparations. Someone began to bid farewell to Xianlu. Me too. Me too. Many of them wanted to first return to their own home bases and make some preparations. After all, they were heading to a natural mystery realm. Furthermore, they would be contesting with the prodigies of wide prosperity heaven. All of them could possibly be incredibly terrifying opponents for them. They respectfully bowed towards Lu Herong, and then walked backwards and left. Ling Han looked towards old demon Blood Shadow, anger rising in his heart. Old bastard, you call yourself an ascending origin tier? You actually wanted to launch a sneak attack on me. Is there anyone more shameless than you? He strode over. At first, I had planned to kill a shameless old bastard like you only after advancing into the ascending origin tier. However, from the looks of things, you would not be able to live until then anyways. Let us battle now then. Old Demon Bloodshadow's vitality was extremely withered, and he would only be able to live for 100 or so years at most. In fact, it could even be just a few decades. In soul? He could match that. Ling Han presently was equivalent to Yang Soul, but for a monarch tier like himself, how could it be that he did not have tier-surpassing battle prowess? Old Demon Blood Shadow stared fixedly at Ling Han, showing a murderous expression. With a celestial king here, he definitely would not be able to get any benefit, but now that Ling Han had delivered himself straight onto his doorstep, this was a chance for him. He could capture Ling Han, and then use him to blackmail the Celestial King into handing over some super celestial pill to recover the damage to his life force. And in this way he would be able to continue living. When this thought popped up, he could not hold back any longer. Boom, a blood shadow spread out, forming a mist behind him, and it was continuously vibrating like it had a life of its own. His cultivation level had indeed dropped, but Ling Han was really too arrogant, actually wanting to match him, Ayin Soul, when he himself was only a severing mundane tier. It should be known that there was a major tier separating the two of them. Chapter 1932, Explosion of Fury. Brat come? Old Demon Blood Shadow fluttered the blood shadow behind him, an abnormal rosiness rising up on his pallid face. Ichi's life force was greatly damaged. Actually, it was already a great challenge for him just to struggle at death's door. This battle would definitely cause his originally overwhelmingly short lifespan to become ever closer to the finishing line. But he had already considered this battle as the last hope for his continued survival. Now that he had thrown everything into the gamble, he naturally would not be concerned either. Capture Ling Han. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "Old bastard, you would only be beat to bursting by my fist." Xiao, his figure charged out and had already launched a punch and attack. Overestimating your own capabilities. Old Demon Blood Shadow was proud. While his cultivation level had fallen, he was still at Yin Soul. Even if one ignored the major tier, he was still 2 minor levels higher than Ling Han. He stretched out his right hand that looked like a withered claw, and grabbed at Ling Han's right wrist. The stars in Ling Han's body shone, stimulating great Tao, and drawing on the power of regulation. Immediately, an ancient seal appeared on his fist, and from the surface, it looked like a ball of fire. This was a seal of great Tao that had been drawn from the 9 heavens flame, and was Celestial King tier in level. What was unfortunate was that Ling Han's cultivation level was too low. This seal of great Tao was also incomplete, and exuded a feeling of ruin. However, an ancient, noble aura was subtly surging, shaking the 9 heavens. Old Demon Blood Shadow's expression changed drastically. The might of this blow from Ling Han had actually far surpassed his expectations. A severing mundane tier could actually be as strong as this. Hang on. He suddenly recalled a legend. It was said that an ultimate prodigy would be able to break out of the binds of the heaven and earth, and deliver another strike after the 4th severance. 5th severance capable of matching Yang Soul. This guy was actually the kind of freak that only existed in myths. Old Demon Blood Shadow was not to be blamed for being ignorant. Though he was an ascending origin tier, he had always been a loner. There was no great support or background behind him, so how could he possibly know of too many secrets? It was already impressive enough that he could realize that there were still 5th severance prodigies existing in this world. 1. The grabbing motion of Old Demon Blood Shadow became slower and slower. That seal on Ling Han's fist had already taken effect, preventing him from invasion, and amidst an intense friction, flames began to burn on his palm. The old bastard was unconcerned, but when he pushed his hand further forwards, he discovered that his right hand was in overwhelming pain. The pain came from being burnt. Fire had not been ignited due to the strong friction. It was rather that the seal that Ling Han had formed had drawn upon the regulations of fire, which burnt his skin. Impossible. Old Demon Blood Shadow paled in shock. Even if Ling Han was a 5th severance, which was equivalent to a Yang Soul elite, he himself still had the cultivation level of Yin Soul, so how could he possibly be wounded by Ling Han? Old bastard, the only reason why you could bully me was because your cultivation level was much higher than mine. To say nothing of a battle of equals, even if you are 2 levels higher than me, I will still be able to suppress you. Ling Han roared loudly, his figure suddenly charging while brandishing a fist that contained all his fury. The black murderous curse was indeed capable of tempering him, but having it forcibly planted into his body by someone else was naturally a completely different notion. Even though only a few years had passed, adding in the time that he had passed in the time cultivation chamber, that was a few hundred years of time, which meant that he had endured the agony that came when the black murderous curse activated a few hundred times. Every time it activated, Ling Han really wanted to pummel the old demon blood shadow. With all these times added together, his fury had also accumulated to the pinnacle, and now he was going to vent his fury to his heart's content. Peng. When his fist punched out, regulations became solid and countless seals could be seen appearing, incredibly mysterious and profound. Ting ting ting. Both Ling Han and old demon blood shadow took a few steps back, and then regained their footing. In this exchange they had both come out in a tie. Old demon blood shadow's expression was very ugly. At present he had bet all his hopes on Ling Han. He wanted to capture him so he could use him to blackmail a celestial king, but Ling Han was actually so strong that his wishful thinking had completely fallen short. His lifespan was possibly just 100 years, and furthermore he was presently burning his limited life force to continue the battle. Hu knew he could directly die whilst he was still in the middle of battle. He didn't want to die. He didn't want to die. The old bastard roared. Boom, the blood shadow behind him surged madly, and then turned into a hurricane that blasted towards Ling Han. When it was channeled for a certain distance, this hurricane actually dispersed, turning into black dots that filled the skies. Ling Han's eyes swept over it, and saw that these black dots were actually multiple insects that filled the skies with their numbers, buzzing madly. Each bug did not look much different from a mosquito, but they were considerably bigger, as big as a pinky. They had a long stinger which was incredibly sharp, and shone with a metallic brilliance. The insects flew all over in the skies, falling down towards Ling Han. And in that short instant Ling Han was covered by mosquitoes, all of them using their sharp stings to pierce him, wanting to suck his blood. Ling Han did not move. He wanted to see if these things could do anything to his physique. Old demon blood shadow showed a cold smirk. This brat was too arrogant, and had completely no idea that these blood shadow insects were his trump card technique. Furthermore, they could work together with the black murderous curse. While the blood shadow insects were attacking, he would activate the black murderous curse, and it would be a coordinated attack. If you only bothered about the inside of your body, the blood shadow insects would penetrate your body, and devour your blood essence. These blood shadow insects were actually formed from his divided soul. Whatever blood essence they sucked could be fed back to him. Though it would not recover his life force, it did have some slight bit of nutrition. And if you were only bothered about the surface of your body, the black murderous curse would similarly be able to take your life. What old demon blood shadow had to ensure was that he did not activate the black murderous curse too powerfully in a moment of carelessness, and directly kill Ling Han off. If he did, he would not be able to blackmail that celestial king. Explode! Old demon blood shadow exclaimed. Ling Han felt a jolt in his heart, and his entire person was assaulted with indescribable agony. Kakaka, did you think that the black murderous curse would only activate once a year? Old demon blood shadow scoffed. Since I was the one who planted this black murderous curse, then as long as I will it, it can activate at any time. Now kneel in front of me. The old bastard was very proud of himself when he suddenly revealed an expression of disbelief. Huh. That was because Ling Han was standing completely unperturbed, and did not show any pained expression. Furthermore, not one of the blood shadow insects managed to penetrate the latter's skin, as if that was not a human standing there, but rather a slab of divine metal. Impossible. Why, you? Only now did old demon blood shadow feel his heart and spirit tremble. Firstly, he did not dare believe this, and secondly, he would not be able to capture Ling Han like this, and that would mean that he was not far from death. Ling Han smiled slightly and said, I have already experienced the black murderous curse several hundred times, and have long become capable of enduring it. A freak. Old demon blood shadow completely could not believe this. Just how overwhelming and agonizing was the black murderous curse. This was not a technique that he had created, but had rather been gained from an ancient cave. It was highly possible that it had been created by a celestial king. He had used it before on a great many people who had declared that their willpower was as strong as steel, but it would be 3 times at most, and each one of them would be wailing for mercy, and he could command them to do whatever he wished. For example, there was a person who supposedly loved his wife madly, and when he could no longer endure the black murderous curse, he still killed his beloved wife. There was an immortal palace tier elite who was chaste and pure, and after she had been planted with the black murderous curse, she suppressed the humiliation and entered into a brothel, where lowly cultivators played with her to their heart's content. This caused old demon Blood Shadow to be filled with confidence in the black murderous curse. There was no one that could withstand the agony that came after the curse activated. Chapter 1933, Shamelessness that knows no bounds. But in Ling Han's case, he had endured several hundred times of the curse activating. It should be known that only 4 to 5 years had passed, and the black murderous curse should only have activated 4 to 5 times, so how could there be as many as several hundred times? There was only one possibility. Ling Han had entered into the time cultivation chamber, and thus, while only 4 to 5 years had passed in the normal time flow, he had gone through as many as a few hundred years. Was there any other person like that? The black murderous curse was clearly so agonizing, capable of making a person whose willpower was strong as steel become obedient. And this was also the reason why old demon Blood Shadow had allowed Ling Han to go to Alchemy City without any worry. He was sure that Ling Han would definitely obediently do as he commanded. Who would have thought that this freak actually thought that the activation of the black murderous curse was too infrequent, and actually took his own initiative to enter into the time cultivation chamber to suffer? Old demon Blood Shadow was dumbfounded. He had never met anyone like Ling Han before. Was this human? This was practically divine metal that had taken human form. Just die then. Madness streaked through old demon Blood Shadow's eyes. Since he could not capture Ling Han and was destined to die, then he might as well kill Ling Han so at least there would be some company for him in death. Die. He stretched open his right hand as if he was pulling on invisible strings. He activated the black murderous curse to the fullest, planning to kill Ling Han. However, after the word die, there was only the soft whistle of the wind. Ling Han was still standing, completely unperturbed. Teach this. How is this possible? The fact that Ling Han could withstand the pain that came from the activation of the black murderous curse only meant that he had a frightening willpower, but old demon Blood Shadow was presently launching a fatal attack from the black murderous curse. This had nothing to do with willpower and would directly kill his victim. Why are you not dead? Ling Han broke into a grin and raised his right foot. He took a step forwards, and as his foot landed, a large mass of Blood Shadow insects was shaken off from his body. Before they even landed on the ground, they had turned back to regulations and dispersed. They were not solid creatures, but rather formed from the divided soul of old demon Blood Shadow gathering the regulations of heaven and earth. Old bastard, don't forget. You are more or less at Yin soul level by now, so how much power would you be able to draw from the black murderous curse? Ling Han asked calmly. His physique was extremely tough, so how could a Yin soul level attack be capable of killing him? Old demon Blood Shadow was completely tongue-tied, unable to speak. Don't say it like it's so easy. Even if you are a 5th severance which is comparable to Yang Soul, you are still a minor level inferior to me. Furthermore, the black murderous curse is already planted, and would directly activate within your body. Even if our cultivation levels were equal, you would still be easily killed, what more when my cultivation level is completely superior to yours? Just what kind of freak had he trifled with? The old bastard was presently filled with regret. Initially, there was still more than 100 million years to his lifespan, but now. First, his life force was seriously wounded, and then he went into battle by burning the remnants of his life force, which was courting his own death. If the heavens gave him another chance, he would definitely stay far away from Ling Han. No, he would directly kill this guy and take the treasure he had by force. Old demon Blood Shadow was increasingly sure that Ling Han had to have an astonishing treasure on him. Otherwise, how could he possibly be so strong? Even when things have come so far, you still haven't given up on your evil intentions. Ling Han humphed coldly as he strode forwards. Masses of Blood Shadow insects dropped, and his whole person was soon completely revealed, standing erect as a spear. I will send you on your way to the afterlife. Ling Han gave a battle cry. The 9 heavens flame flared, and he turned into a god of fire, blasting out towards old demon Blood Shadow. King Tears were invincible within their cultivation level, and Emperor tiers could still be invincible even with a gap of a single cultivation level. Then what about monarch tiers? Invincible even with a gap of 2 levels. The 5th severance could be considered as Yang Soul in a different sense, but it still ultimately was not Yang Soul. Hence, there would definitely be some influence on Ling Han's tier-surpassing battle prowess. Thus, against a dividing soul tier, he was still unable to maintain invincibility with the gaps of 2 minor levels, but surpassing 1 level was easily done. What more when old demon Blood Shadow was at the end of his rope. With him putting his full effort in now, old demon Blood Shadow immediately fell into a disadvantage. "Don't kill me," old demon Blood Shadow wailed. "I don't have that many years to live. Spare my life so I can handle my posthumous matters." Ling Han only felt that this was outrageous. Just how shameless was this old bastard? To even say such words, his shamelessness really knew no bounds. But upon further thought, this old bastard had ambushed Ling Han, and planted a curse on him so he could steal the natural peach seal for him, which was already enough proof of his utter shamelessness. "You had best go on your way to the afterlife sooner so that you won't harm others." Ling Han was completely merciless, every strike fatal. I'll kill you." Old demon Blood Shadow burst the last bit of his life force, but even so he was no match for Ling Han, and was still pummeled by him. Furthermore, his life force was already pitifully little in the first place, and now throwing everything onto the line like this was only temporary, and very soon, it was completely expended. "I resent this. Hate." The old bastard too knew he was soon done for and roared at the skies. He simply gave up any form of resistance now. "You call yourself a prodigy of your generation, so how could you bring yourself to make a move on one who won't fight back?" Fuck. Initially, Ling Han had thought that he already knew that this old bastard's shamelessness was completely without bounds, but he had never thought that he could surpass his imagination. Because he was no match for Ling Han, he actually dared to say indignantly that he was not even fighting back. How could he be so shameless to make such a declaration? Ling Han didn't even bother to say anything in denial anymore, and simply shot out a punch. "The earlier you fuck die, the sooner this can be over with." But while old demon Blood Shadow said he was not fighting back, when he saw a punch flying towards him, he still stepped back and stretched out his arms to parry. This, to say nothing of the fact that Ling Han was speechless. Even Xianlu and the others did not know what else to say. This old bastard had once been an ascending origin tier elite, so how could he be so shameless? He was so shameless that it was world-shaking. Disgusting. Ling Han's fiery punches landed repeatedly, and after over a dozen punches, old demon Blood Shadow was forcibly blasted into dust. Old demon Blood Shadow's lingering spirit had not dispersed, and was still floating in the skies. It was filled with yearning for life, but because the spirit had no base, it soon dispersed without a trace and was completely erased from this world. "Ling Han, let's go play." Hu Niu ran over, hanging onto one of Ling Han's arms, her face bearing a dazzling smile. The Empress also walked over and held Ling Han's other arm to show her sovereignty. Facing other women, the Empress had always been calm, but Hu Niu did indeed make her feel pressured. "You witch, let go of Niu's Ling Han," Hu Niu declared in jealousy. The Empress merely swept a disdainful eye over her and ignored her. She had no interest in arguing with this kind of little girl. "Wayaya, Niu is going to die of fury." Hu Niu flew into a thunderous rage, her eyes shining with ferocity, blazing with killing intent. Ling Han could only step in as mediator and pacified Hu Niu. "Brother Ling, looks like you are going to be very busy. Then I will just keep it short. There is about 10 years' time until the mystery realm opens, so you can make some preparations. If you could reach the peak stage of the 5th severance before that, that would be best," Xianlu said. He then added, "Never underestimate the prodigies of wide prosperity heaven. Only if you have reached the peak stage of 5th severance could you possibly match them." Previously he had exchanged 10 strikes with Ling Han, and he surmised that he had the upper hand. But even he was no match for Shi Xiuwen, so Ling Han naturally was even less likely to be a match. Ling Han only nodded, and did not say that his true strength lay in his physique. Furthermore, he had not used the 2 source powers of 9 Heavens Flame and Shenin Source Water either, and also had the Black Tower, which made up 3 types of supreme level regulations. The other had spoken true. He did indeed need to reach the peak stage of 5th severance as soon as possible. If he could avoid using external help, then it was best for him not to. Then we will meet again at the 3 Blooms Valley. Chapter 1934, Third Senior Brother. Ling Han left with the Empress and Hu Niu in tow. Meanwhile, Lu Herong could not bear how Hu Niu kept clinging to Ling Han, and decisively hid in the shadows. Without seeing or hearing them, she wouldn't feel annoyed. However, the moment Hu Niu encountered danger, she would definitely appear at the first moment. Oh, that's right. Ling Han clapped a hand on his forehead. With a wave of his right hand, bewitching maiden Ro was thrown out of his spatial god tool. Though this bewitching maiden could indeed exit on her own, she did not know the situation outside. If they were still on Three Yang Peak, it was possible that she would die immediately as soon as she came out. Bewitching maiden Ro was stunned for a moment, and then looked strangely at Ling Han. This guy actually gave her such a precious treasure, without a single prior condition. In fact, he did not even ask her to thank him. This actually made her feel very touched. After so many days, she had naturally refined the Heavenly Dao Jade fully, compensating for the shortcomings in her cultivation. Striking herself had become delivering strikes at the heaven and earth, and she had become an emperor tier, and a top-tier emperor tier at that. But she immediately showed an expression of astonishment because she had spotted Hu Niu. There was actually an exquisite beauty that could match the Empress in this world. Meanwhile, Hu Niu's jealousy soured. She glared fiercely at bewitching maiden Ro and exclaimed, "Ling Han, you're so mean. It's not enough that you have such a witch, you have a vixen too." Ling Han chuckled and said, "Don't be willful. This is just a friend." Bewitching maiden Ro showed a meaningful smile and said, "Oh, just a friend?" This smile was enchantingly beautiful. "Vixen, if you dare to smile again, Niu will chop off your vixen head." Hu Niu threatened angrily. "Young Master Ling, she's so fierce." Bewitching maiden Ro said, and deliberately hid behind Ling Han, looking delicate and fragile. "Damn you! Damn you!" Hu Niu yelled in fury, her viciousness on full display. "Don't tease her or you'll get yourself killed," the Empress said. Even she did not have the confidence to defeat Hu Niu, what more a weaker opponent like bewitching maiden Ro. The reason why she had said this was because Hu Niu really would commit murder, and she did not want Ling Han to lose an excellent aid for his cultivation. Bewitching maiden Ro also felt slight regret. That look from Hu Niu, that expression definitely showed that she was extremely ferocious, and it was not just merely joking around. But she was also slightly defiant. Aside from not having advanced into the fifth severance, bewitching maiden Ro was definitely a top-grade existence in the severing mundane tier. Why did she have to be afraid of Hu Niu? She can suppress you with a single finger. Ling Han nodded. Hu Niu is a fifth severance and may be slightly stronger than even me. After all, he had just advanced into the fifth severance, while Hu Niu was already at the fifth severance's peak stage. The fifth severance. Instantly, bewitching maiden Ro could only yield. Her cultivation was focused on charm technique, and charm techniques did not only seduce men. She had a glib tongue and chose the words that Hu Niu liked to hear, such as how much Ling Han liked her, how he had missed her very much, and so on. Immediately, the little girl bared her mouth in a cheerful grin. "Vixen, don't think that Niu doesn't know you are just sucking up. But seeing as you're not too bad, Niu will spare you just this once," Hu Niu declared casually. She was not the slightest bit dumb. Ling Han released the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden, which naturally caused Hu Niu to once more have a bout of jealousy. Only after Ling Han had picked her up and comforted for a good while was her anger appeased. After all, they had been apart too long and she had missed him dearly. Meanwhile, the two children made Hu Niu laugh loudly, and exclaimed that they were interesting. They returned to Alchemy City. With the Dragon Hawk as their mode of transport, their speed naturally increased greatly. They had reached Alchemy City in just over a month's time. Ling Han went to meet Grandmaster Zicheng, and explained the situation in simple words. Then he went into seclusion again. There were too many things that he had to do. First, he had to increase his abilities in alchemy, and advance to 3 stars as soon as possible. Secondly, he also had to cultivate and reach the peak stage of the fifth severance. After the journey to the mystery realm, he was going to break through to the dividing soul tier. In the celestial realm, one would have to travel to a specific location to advance to the next major tier, and in the case of the dividing soul tier, he would have to go to different places to break through to all 4 of the minor levels, unlike the severing mundane tier, where he only had to do so for the first severance and not for the other severances. Similar to the severing mundane tier, there were very many places where one could break through to the dividing soul tier, and breaking through at different places would also have a great influence on one's future battle prowess. Hence, he definitely had to choose the best location for his breakthrough. Ling Han had already begun to study this problem. With the Black Tower, and with the help of the reincarnation tree, this day should not be too far away. The Empress and Hu Niu would occasionally glare at each other, both wanting to suppress the other, especially in Hu Niu's case. She had repeatedly wanted to secretly make a move and kill off the Empress. Thankfully, Ling Han managed to stop her all these times. The two women had fought a battle, and it was natural that it was Hu Niu that had won. Furthermore, her advantage was extremely great. Firstly, it was because the Empress had just advanced into 5th severance, and secondly, Hu Niu was indeed superior in terms of celestial technique, physique, and natural talent and cultivation. It was not unjust that the Empress had lost. However, after this battle, the animosity between the two women had instead dispersed. Though they could not be considered great friends, they had reached a certain tacit agreement, and no longer glared at each other day and night. Ling Han was relieved and focused on alchemy and advancing to the peak stage of the 5th severance. Inside the Black Tower, he had another 3 supreme regulations, but what was unfortunate was that Ling Han was the only one who could comprehend them, and others could not benefit from them, which caused Ling Han to feel slight disappointment. However, the Black Tower also had the power of time now, and the acceleration rate of 1,000 times was extremely astonishing. Though there were 10 years taking into consideration issues like travel time, they still had to set out ahead of time. Hence, it would more or less be around 9 years. 9 years would mean close to 330,000 years worth of time to comprehend Tao, and the acceleration of time would mean close to 9,000 years, which was an extremely extensive period of time. Bewitching Maiden Ro was also considered to have passed the test, so Ling Han tossed her into the Black Tower as well. To friends, Ling Han had never been petty. Surprisingly, Lu Herong did not step out to stop them, and would only occasionally appear in Ling Han's residence, looking at where the Black Tower was while thinking pensively. After 7 years in real time, Ling Han had still not advanced to become a 3-star alchemist, but in terms of spirit refinement, he had had a breakthrough, and had advanced to the level of 3rd refinement. Whether it was cultivation or alchemy, advancing a step further would be increasingly harder and harder the further one went. Ling Han could not help but admit that 3-star alchemists were still very valuable. It was no wonder that 4th refinement was the lifetime limit for the majority of alchemists. It was very difficult for him to improve even when he had spent so much time on this. However, if other alchemists were to know that he was complaining like this, they would definitely fly into fury. You only took hundreds of thousands of years and you actually dared to complain? Then how were the majority of alchemists supposed to endure this? 9 years later, Ling Han and his group exited the Black Tower. There would of course not be much change in the appearance of a celestial, and the changes in Shirley and Shiryu were more obvious. They had grown to look like youths in their teens. They had not used any time acceleration effects, or they would have long since become adults. Ling Han did not want them to miss out on their youth. At least, they should enter their 20th year under the normal time flow. Only 9 years had passed in the outside world. It was natural that there was not much change in Alchemy City, and those previous holy sons and holy daughters had all kept a low profile. With Grandmaster Ziqing watching over things, who would dare cause trouble? Ling Han prepared to set out, but before he managed to depart, he was summoned by Grandmaster Ziqing first. "Come, let me introduce someone. This is your nephew," Grandmaster Ziqing said smilingly, pointing at a middle-aged man ahead. "Peng Huanyin, 3rd's disciple, and he's already a 3-star alchemist." Chapter 1935, Contempt. Alchemist Ziqing had a total of 3 disciples. Ex-disciples. Because they were too seriously influenced by him, if they continued to stay by his side, it would forever be impossible for them to surpass him. Thus, Alchemist Ziqing had long since discharged these 3 disciples. Not that he held no affection for them, but rather he hoped they could have brighter futures. His 3rd disciple was named Zhu Feng, and had long since become a 4-star alchemist. However, in terms of spirit refinement he had attained 5th refinement, so he could barely be considered a grandmaster, but there was still a very far distance between him and Alchemist Ziqing. Peng Huanyin glanced at Ling Han, a sliver of disdain appearing in his eyes. A mere 2-star alchemist, what right did he have to be called uncle by him? That was really too much of a joke. However, with Grandmaster Ziqing in front of him, he did not dare be insolent. After all, this was the strongest alchemist in the entire Eastern Celestial Realm, and there was none that could compare. Even the two alchemists, Heavenly Heart and Chu Yi, were inferior to him, and those two alchemists had attained sixth refinement. Hence, Peng Huanyan could only reluctantly say, "Greetings, fourth uncle." If it was not for the fact that Zhu Feng thought extremely highly of Grandmaster Zi Qing, and was filled with incredible respect for him, he would really want to turn around and leave. As a noble 3-star alchemist, he was compelled to actually address a 2-star alchemist as uncle. He could not bear the embarrassment. He was slightly confused. It was clear that Zhu Feng was already a 4-star alchemist, and had now even advanced to the level of 6th refinement. Furthermore, he was a disciple that Grandmaster Zi Qing had discharged, so why was he still filled with such reverence towards Grandmaster Zi Qing, and had deliberately urged him to observe the etiquette as befitting of a grand disciple? Ling Han saw this but merely smiled and said, "Nephew Peng." When the word nephew entered his ears, Peng Huanyan naturally was even more displeased, his expression dark. Grandmaster Zi Qing smiled and said to Ling Han, "Third has finally broken through, advancing from 5th refinement to 6th refinement. Huanyan has deliberately come to inform me. And you go on my behalf. You apprentice brothers should meet each other." "Understood," Ling Han said solemnly. Peng Huanyan could not help himself and interrupted, "Isn't fourth uncle a little too young? Can he bear such a heavy responsibility?" Grandmaster Zi Qing was immediately displeased. Firstly, this was his arrangement, and secondly, Ling Han was his beloved youngest disciple. "What right do you have to express doubt? Who do you think you are? Do you have any idea what it means to respect your seniors?" However, ultimately he had indeed discharged Zhu Feng, and only in name was he still Peng Huanyan's grandmaster, so it would not be appropriate to be too strict. Thus, he only glared at Peng Huanyan, a very imposing air exuding from him. Peng Huanyan's heart immediately jolted, a sense of indescribable coldness welling up in his heart. To say nothing of the fact that Grandmaster Zi Qing was a king tier among 4-star alchemists, who no one in the Eastern Celestial Realm could compare to, and had an extremely high position. Just the fact that he was an ascending origin tier elite meant the might of that glare was nothing that a mere dividing soul tier could bear. He lowered his head and felt like his whole body was shivering. His discomfort could not be described, and he almost fell onto his knees in a moment of weakness. "Go and pack up a bit," Grandmaster Zi Qing said smilingly to Ling Han. Ling Han nodded, took the vial and stowed it away. Peng Huanyan involuntarily showed an expression of envy. Abundant Origin Pill was the highest grade among 4-star alchemical pills. If an ascending origin tier took it, it could increase their source power. It was an incredibly precious alchemical pill, and even one was exorbitantly valuable. "I will make some preparations and we can set out tomorrow," Ling Han said to Peng Huanyan. He was not asking for the other's opinion, but merely informing him. He was the uncle here, so he naturally could directly decide this kind of issue. There was no need for him to discuss with the other party. Peng Huanyan's displeased expression became even more pronounced, but because Grandmaster Zi Qing was still here, he did not dare say a word. Mentally he swore that after they set out, he would definitely deal with this uncle and curb his spirit. Otherwise, wouldn't this brat become tyrannical when they reached Guanhua City? Ling Han saw this but only smiled faintly and did not take it to heart. The two of them took their leave from Grandmaster Zi Qing and then left. When Ling Han told this to the Empress, Hu Niu and the others, everyone agreed in unison that they were to go together to offer congratulations to Grandmaster Zhu Feng. Thankfully, Guanhua City is not too far from the Three Blooms mountain pass where we agreed to meet Xianlu. It's just about a month or so away and we can completely make it in time. After Ling Han did some calculation, he nodded. He could make it to both locations very easily. "Godfather, we want to go too," Shirley and his sister exclaimed. Actually, it was unknown which of the two of them was older. Thus, the two of them had always argued with flushed faces, and had even come to blows over the issue of who was older. For the time being, Shirley was slightly at an advantage. "All right, we will go together," Ling Han said with a smile. In the end, he had not taken these two kids as his disciples, but had rather adopted them as his godchildren, and was also nurturing these two kids with great care as well. Though only a dozen or so years had passed, this pair of siblings had already advanced into the heavenly body tier. This was firstly because the resources in the celestial realm were too abundant, and secondly, they had the reincarnation tree, which was endlessly shortening the time they spent on comprehension. Additionally, the physique of this pair of siblings was too good, containing a sliver of source power of heaven and earth, so when they cultivated, it would be half the work with twice the effect. After a day of preparations, they set out on their journey heading towards Guanhua City. This time they did not ride the Dragon Hawk, but rather went on the water route. They had a water shuttle as their means of transport. It was not too big, only 15 meters long and 3 meters wide. It had been fortified by certain formations, so its speed was astonishingly rapid. However, the moment they boarded the water shuttle, Peng Huanyan immediately switched to a different expression, appearing to be incredibly proud. There were a total of 3 rooms on the vessel. After he had taken the largest one for himself, he did not bother with Ling Han and his group any further. The water shuttle could steer itself and had no need of manual control or someone to keep an eye on it. Ling Han Niu will go and beat him up, Hu Niu said in displeasure. Forget it. For the sake of third senior brother, there is no need for us to drop to his level, Ling Han said. After all, Ling Han was the senior here and he had not even seen his third senior brother yet, so if he did beat up the latter's disciple, it would not be too appropriate. Hu Niu pouted, her eyes looking from side to side. Clearly, there was no way she was going to give up the matter just like that. The journey was quiet, and after about 3 months, they had exited the calm peace heaven, and entered into the wide prosperity heaven. After entering into the wide prosperity heaven, and traveling for about half a month's time, they finally arrived at Guanhua City. This was a celestial king tier city. The master of Guanhua City was Universal Cloud's celestial king, who had already attained 4th heaven in the celestial king tier. Guanhua City was the main base of the Universal Cloud sect that the Universal Cloud celestial king had established. The area under the reign of the Universal Cloud sect comprised as many as tens of thousands of cities, and the size of their territory was astonishingly huge. After the group disembarked from the water shuttle, they entered into Guanhua City. Alchemist Peng. When they saw Peng Huanyan, the guards at the city gates all approached, ingratiating expressions on their faces. Alchemists truly had such outstanding status. Peng Huanyan showed an expression of arrogance and deliberately glanced at Ling Han, his intention of showing his authority incredibly clear. See, this is how a 3-star alchemist is treated, and that is how awesome I am. Are you worthy of my calling you uncle? Are you worthy? That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.